How can you understand my world? How can you understand my world? Lan Hu, although Lan Bao had nothing to do with it, they died for their brother's sake. The scene caused Long Fei's mood to be uncontrollably affected. He couldn't help but recall that a big bald man who carried a coffin on his back had given up everything for him. His heart was moved. The originally weak Lan Yuan suddenly stood up, his eyes turned sinister as he bellowed. Humph, Yen Laojiu, with just you people? Aren't you underestimating me, Lan Yuan? While they were talking, Lan Yuan protected Lan Mei behind him. The aura on his body became heavy and dense. He didn't seem like a seriously injured person at all. Stubborn. Take it head on. Lan Yuan was heavily injured, but for his daughter, even if the sky was falling and he had a breath of life left, he would still live on's behalf, because he was his father. Yen Laojiu sneered. Still persisting? I saw it all just now. You're the only one left in the Lan clan, and you're the only one that's heavily injured. Do you think you're our match? Lan Yuan, I advise you to obediently surrender, and not bring ridicule upon yourself. Yen Laojiu stared at the wound on Lan Yuan's waist, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up as he sneered. If Lan Yuan was not injured, he would not have come out at all. He was very clear about Lan Yuan's realm. Among the lower-class families in East Imperial City, his strength could be ranked in the top 5. Now that he was heavily injured, this was a rare opportunity. Moreover, this time, he had to pay a considerable price in order to leave the city. A dozen of elite disciples vanished in a flash. He didn't even know how he died. This was not a small blow to the Yans, but if he could get rid of Lan Yuan, everything would be worth it. So what if I'm seriously injured? Lan Yuan said arrogantly. You dregs want to fight me? Yen Laojiu, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. He looked as if he couldn't wait any longer. Yen Laojiu's eyes turned cold as he was stunned for a moment. After all, Lan Yuan's cultivation had reached the high god level and was hard to deal with. Seeing that the Yen Laojiu did not dare take action, Lan Yuan could not help but shout out loudly, Come, are you scared? If you want to die, then come at me, you bunch of dregs. It was very mighty and domineering. This momentum didn't seem like it belonged to a heavily injured person. However, Long Fei was secretly worried in his heart. Yen Laojiu took half a step back to maintain a safe distance. With furrowed brows he shouted, Go! No matter what. Since things had already come to this point, it was impossible for them to not go in. Yen Laojiu was someone who had gone through a lot and was not scared just because of a few words from Lan Yuan. The 4 Yan's disciples immediately rushed forward. The Yan's spear in his hand moved and rushed forward from 4 different directions. Lan Yuan stared at the Yen Laojiu coldly and contemptuously. Yen Laojiu, you don't dare to go up yourself and let these lackeys die? While they were talking, Lan Yuan's mind secretly tensed up. His strength could only be used for one strike. To be able to kill these 4 disciples of the Yans, however, he would also expose himself, and the moment he does, the Yen Laojiu would no longer be afraid. At that time, Lan Mei would be in danger. However, if he didn't make a move, who else would? Lan Mei? Not much cultivation. The other 2 fake evil sect alchemy masters? The 2 of them were Muggle who had just entered the universal realm. Furthermore, they did not even have a baptism of heavenly tribulation, so they did not have much of a cultivation base to deal with the 4 of them. Lan Yuan secretly clenched his fists. The 4 of them were about to charge at them. Just as Lan Yuan was about to make a decision, Long Fei took a step forward and said, Uncle, leave this type of small fry to me. Lan Yuan was startled, then looked at Long Fei. You? Yen Laojiu also laughed out loud, ha ha. Just trash like you? Counterfeit evil sect alchemy master? In truth, the 2 of you are nothing more than trash that hasn't even been baptized by the celestial tribulation. You think you can stop my Yan's disciple? Brat, why aren't you taking a piss? What are you doing? Jump out to die. Then let him be. Many of the Yan's disciples laughed at him. The Yans had thoroughly investigated whether Long Fei was a fake evil sect alchemy master or not. If Long Fei was really an evil sect alchemy master, Yans would not dare to make a move. After all, Yans was not strong enough to offend the evil sect Pill Alliance. Everyone mocked. Lan Yuan's brows tightened and said solemnly, "Brat, don't try to show off." The idea moved and sent a sound transmission. "Brat, take care of Lan Mei for me, don't move recklessly, I'll deal with them." Long Fei had a special kind of power. To be able to force back the demon beast of the Black Prison Valley in Black Prison Valley, he was definitely not simple. Lan Yuan knew clearly in his heart that Long Fei's future achievements would definitely be limitless. He couldn't die. However, without waiting for Lan Yuan to finish speaking, Long Fei had already landed beside Lan Yuan. Buzz. A stream of supreme dragon knife energy was in his hand. And at this moment, Long Fei moved. Ghastly soldier, move. Buzz. The ghost soldier moved. Although its cultivation was not high, it still managed to grab hold of a Yan's disciple in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei instantly rushed out, his eyes overcast, and said, "Die." When the word dead came out, one of the Yan's disciples' bodies suddenly sank and cried out in alarm, I can't move." Yen Laozhou's eyes turned sinister as he immediately shouted, "Kill that brat first." The three of them immediately changed their direction and rushed towards Long Fei. Long Fei's mouth hooked up, "Kill me? You guys are still far from it." The Yen Laozhou's gaze tightened and said with contempt, "Yes, we are far behind, but it is you who are far from us." The cultivation levels of the disciples of the Yans were all at the Soldier Peak Realmass, and it could be said that the existence of someone who could completely crush Long Fei, whether in terms of strength or speed, was much faster than him. The moment the supreme dragon knife energy in Long Fei's hand chopped down, the attacks of the other three people also instantly blasted out. Tan De Peo shouted loudly, "Brother Fei, be careful." Lan Yuan's gaze tensed up, "Be careful." Lan Mei also shouted out, "Be careful behind you." However, Long Fei didn't pay any attention to him. Moreover, in his eyes, there was only the Yan's disciple who was bound up by the ghost soldiers. As for the other three, Long Fei did not seem to care about them at all. Yen Laozhou sneered, "Trash is trash. Is this level of combat for trash from the lower planes? Completely trash." Unusual disdain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom! In an instant, the spears of the three Yans pierced through Long Fei's body instantly. Blood spurted out and Long Fei was in extreme pain. Yen Laozhou laughed out loud, "Ha ha. Ha ha. Trash is no longer enough to describe you. Kid, this is what happens when you force your way out." He was heavily injured. However, Long Fei's strength did not decrease at all as he slashed his blade downwards. Crack! The body of the Yan's disciple was immediately split into two. Then, the corner of Long Fei's mouth rose and coldly asked, "Trash? Hee hee. How can you understand my world?" In an instant, the system beep rang. Ding! Chapter 2738 Desperate, I feel helpless too. Chapter 2738 Desperate, I feel helpless too. 3 steel guns were inserted into his chest. Long Fei felt like he was being nailed there. He didn't move at all. In front of him, a Yan's disciple was split into two, falling into a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yan's disciple, for obtaining 6,800 experience, 200 true spiritual value, and 1 universal value. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, level 4. Buzz! The moment he leveled up, a buzzing sound came out from Long Fei's body. It was as if a golden light had enveloped him, and he felt as comfortable as the spring breeze. Just at this level? So what if I try my best to kill one of them? Aren't I dead? Sigh. Lan Yuan, oh Lan Yuan, look at the people around you. For a piece of trash like him to be brought along, your Lan clan has truly lived to the end. Yan Laojiu did not lament the death of the Yan's disciple, but looked at Lan Yuan with disdain. He had killed one at the cost of his own life. So what? There were still more than a dozen Yan's disciples around, and they could not change the situation of the battle in the slightest. Brother Fei! Tanda Peo bellowed out, and ran up as if he was crazy. Lan Yuan frowned, his fists clenched tightly. He did not understand, why would Long Fei do such a thing? Courting death? Lan Mei's heart sank as well. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! The Yan Laojiu began to laugh loudly. The surrounding disciples of the Yans all looked at Long Fei and laughed loudly, as they all laughed at his idiotic behavior. Self-righteous thing. Who does he think he is? He's just trash from the lower planes. Kid, this is the universal realm, not your lower realm. This should be great, right? One of the Yan's disciples said with disdain. Just as they were laughing mockingly, all of a sudden, a steel spear loosened, and then, he was slowly pressed down by a force. Clang! A steel spear was squeezed out of his body by a force and dropped to the ground. There was no shock. But, the most shocking scene was that after the steel spear fell to the ground, it had obviously pierced through Long Fei's body. In that instant, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, there were no scars at all. If it wasn't for the fact that his clothes were torn, it would have been as if he hadn't been injured at all. Many people in the crowd rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. Clang! Another steel spear fell down. The wound once again healed at the speed of light. Clang! Another sound. Another steel spear fell to the ground. The wound healed instantly without a single scar. This time, it was as if everyone was staring at Long Fei like they were looking at a ghost. Long Fei slightly stretched his body. The joints exploded. There were no injuries at all. Seeing Yan Laojiu's stupefied gaze, Long Fei smiled slightly and asked, "Despair? Even if there was only a sliver of blood left. As long as Long Fei could level up in that instant, even if his head fell off, he would instantly revive. This was the power of the game system. It could also be called a bug-like existence. So what if the 3 spears pierced through the body? I leveled up and instantly recovered. He could even heal all the injuries on his body. What was fierce? This was it. Of course. This was because Long Fei still had a lot of experience, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. He had wanted black and white to explode. But the black and white did not do so because the black and white knew that Long Fei's body was not strong enough at the moment. Even if he could hold on for a few minutes, his body would still be severely injured. Not until the very last moment, not until the moment of life and death, the black and white danger zone would not allow Long Fei to use his black and white power. Stunned. He was completely stupefied. This was not human. The dozen or so Yan's disciples felt a stir in their hearts, and all of them took a few steps back. Tandapeo was startled for half a second, then shouted out loudly, "Brother Fei, you are too awesome, right? Not even dying? Ha ha! It's too powerful." Lan Yuan's eyes also darkened as he looked at Long Fei's back. How could this happen? In that case, he would definitely die. Could it be? He has a holy vein on him? Could it be that there really are resurrected blood vein and undead blood vein in this world? Lan Mei also curiously looked at Long Fei, but she didn't care too much about it. She was worried about her father. Yan Laojiu's gaze tightened and said solemnly, "Kid, you won't die, right?" Long Fei grinned and said, "That's right, come hit me." It was also at this moment. Just now it was too risky. If he did not kill a person, he would have died. The muscles at the corner of Yan Laojiu's eyes twitched slightly. With a heavy sound he said, "Lame duck, let's see how much longer you can bounce for. Kill them all." As soon as he finished, 2 more Yan's disciples also added on. It was now 5 against 1. Yen Laoju said. He hit the vital points. I want to see how he will continue to live. The 5 Yan's disciples instantly moved. Long Fei stood in place and slightly swept his eyes across the place. Tan de Peo replied, Brother Fei. Long Fei said, No need. He could not be distracted at this point of time. Tan de Peo could not help him at all. Kill! Yen Laojiu suddenly shouted. The 5 of them moved at the same time. All of them released their killing moves, directly locking onto Long Fei's vital points and attacking him at the same time. Huff! Long Fei heaved a small sigh of relief. Lan Yuan said in a deep voice, Gate of life, pubes, heart, hindbrain. He immediately pointed out the locations where the 5 of them were attacking. Any part of it was a fatal blow. Long Fei's heart trembled. He still did not move at all. He was waiting for the moment their attacks descended, the moment they neared him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the attacks all fell. The 5 of them moved closer to Long Fei. Long Fei moved, ghastly soldier. Shua! The ghost soldier stopped another person in an instant as Long Fei grabbed onto the Supreme Dragon Knife's energy with both of his hands and slashed down heavily with his blade. Bam! 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 As the 4 attacks landed, Long Fei's body heavily sank into the ground. S health point had almost instantly bottomed out due to the 4 major vital points, but it was also at this moment that his health point instantly swelled up, and the 4 major points' injuries were instantly healed. Heh heh! Long Fei laughed sinisterly. I just won't die. Despair. Despair. In an instant, he died. In an instant, he was resurrected. Anyone who saw it would feel despair. Moreover, the 4 energies from before had completely struck Long Fei's vital point. It could be said to be an existence that was dead for sure, but Long Fei was still full of energy, and his wounds instantly healed. Lan Yuan was stunned. It can't really be the undying blood vein, right? Level 5 soldier. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 5. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up, obtaining a reward item. Chapter 2739 Beaten Magic Power. Chapter 2739 Beaten Magic Power, System Reward? Long Fei's gaze tensed up and he thought to himself, it's time to touch on the big prize again. System, please give me some strength. I am in urgent need of some cultivation technique. It would be best if I could get some at the divine level. He prayed to himself. He didn't have any combat skills at the moment. If he could reward a set of divine level martial arts, that would be great. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the system's reward. The reward is Beaten Magic Power. Ding! Release cultivation? Hearing the system beep, Long Fei was a little confused. What the hell? Get beaten up. There's even a fucking divine art? Mastered spiritual art? System, come out and help me cultivate the beaten magic power. I can guarantee you that I won't be able to beat you. Your father here has the same surname as you. Long Fei immediately became angry. He had never heard of anyone receiving a beating with godly skills. Isn't this nonsense? After all, this was the universal realm, and the system was the primordial system. Beaten magic power? This was called a reward? Long Fei really wanted to beat the system up. However, it couldn't be hit. Helplessly, Long Fei looked at the system reward beaten magic power and let out a long sigh. Fuck, I'm really in despair. Cultivate. It was really quite helpless. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully cultivating it. Do you want to check the technique manuals? Yes, sir. Long Fei was feeling very downcast. No one wanted to receive such a reward. Beaten magic power. Are they going to get beaten up? Skill path. Beaten magic power grade. Grandmist level 1. The level of hit increases, the grade will increase accordingly. Cooldown, 1 hour. Consumption, 300 true spirit description. Releasing the beaten magic power will only last for 1 hour. Description 2. Release the cultivation technique. Defense will not change. Description 3. Releasing a cultivation technique will allow you to absorb all the damage you can take. It will allow you to erupt, causing you to absorb twice the damage you can take. Special reminder: if a player is unable to take it, their damage will disappear. Description 4. The more times you are beaten, the stronger your physical defense will be. It will be impervious to water and fire and invulnerable to weapons. The description of a masochistic cultivation technique had reached stage 4. This was the first time they had met. Long Fei looked at it and started laughing bitterly. Just like that, I want to be beaten, just like that. System, am I happy to be beaten up by others? Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will find out who designed this game system. Once I find it, I will let you know what's called beaten magic power. Complaining is complaining. However, Long Fei also knew that this technique was extremely helpful to him. All attacks were based on the amount of damage taken. Once accumulated to a certain degree, it would turn into 2 times the damage output. This type of explosive attack could be said to be very powerful. Take damage, burst damage. You hit me 10 times, I'll hit you 1 time, but the power of 1 punch is equal to the power of 20 of your punches. Either don't do it, I will kill you the moment I do it. Moreover, the duration of the beaten magic power is 1 hour, the amount of damage an hour can take, and then it will explode out. Long Fei was excited just thinking about it. Long Fei's mouth curved up as he stared at Yan Laojiu and said, "Come again, is that all you have? Is that all your powerhouse from the higher planes have?" Pfft. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Long Fei said in disdain, "Truly trash, dregs, weak to the point of exploding, unable to kill a single person. What use do you guys have? Mocking me? Do you think you are qualified?" Originally, Universal Realm had a natural sense of superiority towards those who had transcended tribulation in a low plane, as if he was superior to others. Long Fei hadn't even changed from the baptism of heavenly tribulation. He could be said to be the muggle of muggle trash among trash, yet now, he was laughing at him. Yan Laojiu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he clenched his fists. The rage raged. The surrounding dozen or so Yan's disciples all looked extremely unhappy. A mere inferior muggle dares to mock us? Brat, if I don't kill you today, my surname is not Yan. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Kill him. Let's attack together. Long Fei had successfully angered everyone. Lan Yuan didn't know what Long Fei was doing. If dozens of people attacked together, their bodies would be pierced into sieve after a single attack. You can still live? Even if it was an undying blood vein, it was impossible. Lan Yuan said solemnly, "Brat, step back." Long Fei slightly said, "Uncle, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Scum. Come together. I have already killed the 2 of you, but I am still unharmed. I really don't know where the superiority of you Universal Realm warriors came from. Come on. Bite me. Infuriated, he added fuel to the fire. Long Fei was afraid that the other party would not come and hit him. The beaten magic power only needed 1 word. Despicable. The more despicable a person was, the more enmity they would incur. This was something that others would be unable to contain. Without waiting for Yan Laojiu to speak, the dozen or so Yan's disciples all rushed forward with surging fury. "Kid! Die! Kill him!" Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of people rushed forward in a flash, all of them with their weapons out, with all sorts of powerful techniques locking onto Long Fei. Long Fei's eyes darkened slightly. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted, and the idea moved: beaten magic power. Buzz! A low hum sounded from within his body. He activated his divine art. Long Fei looked at the dozen or so Yan's disciples. How much energy could he absorb? Who? Long Fei let out a light breath. He definitely could not endure more than 10 different kinds of injuries, so he had to increase his power in an instant in order to be able to endure them. The key was to level up. Long Fei's idea locked onto the person at the front. Ghastly soldier. Schwa! The ghost film pounced and the person in the lead instantly landed with a stupefied expression. It was also at this time. Long Fei suddenly moved, and the supreme dragon knife in his hand slashed down. At the same time, more than a dozen attacks landed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Long Fei's body was instantly pierced, as though his entire body was a hedgehog. Brat, you're crazy. Trash from the lower planes, are we people that you can laugh at? Die. Buzz. A ray of light enveloped them as Long Fei revealed his bloodied teeth and laughed sinisterly. I said it before, I am immortal, ha ha ha. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 6. At the same time, the beaten energy was frantically being absorbed. He can't die even like this? This boy, is he a ghost? That's impossible. How can a low-level muggle endure my power? What the hell is going on? Again! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the blink of an eye, another dozen attacks came falling down on him. Long Fei laughed sinisterly, and then slashed down with anger once again. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level 7. You dregs of the universal realm, come again. Rumble. Another wave of damage and absorption. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level 8. Crazy. It was as if they had all gone mad. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. One slash after another. Slash after slash, this was too awesome. This was the universal realm, the strongest plane under ancient world. It was like riding on a rocket, leveling up quickly. However, in that moment, Long Fei took a look at the system's experience slot, and his brows tightened. Damn, have you used up all of your experience points? Chapter 2740 Boss, it's your turn. Chapter 2740 Boss, it's your turn. It was also 100 million experience. From level 0 to the current 9th level of warrior, it was only used up at level 10. Isn't leveling up too difficult? Looking at the leveling up experience, Long Fei was speechless. Damn, it has 60 million experience. The heck? Without waiting for Long Fei to think further, the Yan's disciples were still attacking. However, the remaining disciples of the Yans were already stunned, their expressions had already become abnormal. In their eyes, Long Fei was simply an immortal existence. No matter how he was killed, no matter how injured he was, it was useless. Instantly revived. Instantly, the wound was repaired. He was not human. His eyes were filled with despair. Not only that, every time one of the Yan's disciples died, Long Fei would become stronger and stronger. In a few minutes, he was already at the same cultivation level as them. Right now, the only difference was that they had primordial physique. Since Long Fei had not been baptized by the heavenly tribulation, their physiques had become stronger. But was it useful? Let alone a grand mist body, even if it was a divine-level body, God's tribe body would still be useless. No matter how strong one's physique is there an indestructible body? I'll kill you. Another attack. Long Fei's mind turned sinister and thought to himself, I can't get injured in such a short time, without experience I won't be able to recover instantly. The beaten magic power is still continuing. These few minutes, the damage that Long Fei had suffered was extremely huge. It was enough to kill a person 17 or 18 times, but Long Fei managed to endure it. A huge amount of energy was accumulated within his body, such that he could take a beating. But not enough. Huff! Long Fei let out a light breath and said lightly, "Fight? What are you, the scum of Universal Realm, going to fight with lousy 4 soldiers peak realm, right? Look at my peak soldier strength." The idea moved. He clenched his fist. 1. Long Fei sensed the power that came from being at the peak of the soldier realm, then smiled coldly and said, "The feeling of leveling up is great. It's getting stronger." Shwa! With a fierce charge, he lowered his fists and sent them flying. Boom! With a dull thud, Long Fei was pushed back half a step, while the Yan's disciple was pushed back a few steps. His cultivation base. Lan Yuan was astonished. Unknowingly, his cultivation had broke through continuously in an instant, and he is already at the 9th level of warrior realm. This speed? It's too terrifying. What kind of talent does this kid possess? Even if it's Holy Vein S, their divine level physiques can't compare to it, right? The only one who can be compared to me is probably the god's tried blood vein, right? Lan Yuan was extremely shocked. The immortality Long Fei displayed and the speed at which he broke through was unimaginable, completely unimaginable. One person, one level. This speed was incomparable. In that previous clash of fists, his strength was obviously not any weaker than the Yan's disciples, or perhaps even by a bit. In the distance, the corners of Yen Laojiu's eyes twitched as the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed deeply. The power of the 9th level of warrior is only mediocre. Heh heh! Without waiting for the Yan's disciple to stabilize himself, Long Fei immediately flew over and struck him with both fists. Bam! Bang bang bang! Unable to withstand it, Long Fei staggered backwards, increasing his speed and strength. Bam! A punch. And it was also at this moment that Long Fei's fist firmly struck down. After a few punches, the Yan's disciple's head was covered in blood, followed by a system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yan's disciple, for obtaining 6,300 experience, 200 true spiritual value, and 1 universal value. Long Fei raised his blood-stained fist, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes swept across. Next, those Yan's disciples slightly shrunk. He didn't dare to step forward. Long Fei laughed faintly. "Not coming. If you're not coming, then I'm going up." Shwa! Long Fei rushed over. He had finally made it out of the city. If he didn't kill more, wouldn't that be a loss? Since they couldn't kill the demon beast, they could kill others as well. He couldn't let go of any experience. Moreover, Long Fei needed more energy now. His energy was not full yet, so he needed to endure more attacks. Aren't you people from the universal realm? Aren't you superior? You scum, can't you put some effort into this? Aren't you guys too weak? Long Fei said in disdain, because he wanted to make these people angry. The disciple charged forward again. Just as Long Fei had said, they were warriors from the universal realm. They were born with a sense of superiority. Crazy. When the attacks of the few people landed, Long Fei did not retaliate, and his body sank. Bam! Bam! Several punches struck his body, causing blood to trickle out from the corner of Long Fei's mouth, and he laughed. Too weak, not strong enough, not strong enough, can you use a little more strength, have you eaten yet? Long Fei was now a 9th level of warrior, his strength, speed, and defense all became stronger. Again. I'll have to trouble everyone to use more strength. Take out your universal realm's superior aura. Long Fei had a cheap smile on his face, which was extremely irritating. Those Yan's disciples all had reddened eyes as they went into a berserk state. His attacks had no pattern, and he could only unleash his most powerful attack. I'm going to kill you. Long Fei blocked it with his life force and said solemnly, That's more like it, hitting me, using your greatest strength to hit me, ha ha. Bang bang bang. Long Fei was spurting blood and his entire body was in extreme pain. In his heart, he had scolded the 18 generations of ancestors of the system a few times as well. If you don't get beaten up, you won't have strength. Your mother. Suffering. It really was a masochist. Long Fei still had to endure it. Can't collapse. Once it collapsed, the energy from the blow would dissipate. Boom, boom, boom. A few minutes later. Ding. System notification. The hit is full of energy. Buzz. Also at this moment, a streak of blazing energy appeared in Long Fei's mind. This was a state which was completely filled with energy, and right now, with just a single movement from Long Fei's idea, this energy could instantly explode outwards. The energy from being hit wasn't something that could be released just because it was full. It could explode at any time. But, under the state of max power, the user would be even more powerful. The explosive force was even stronger. Who? Long Fei exhaled. Fuck, you're finally full, right? Looking at the surrounding Yan's disciples who were still attacking, Long Fei smirked and said, It's my turn now. You just punched me 38 times. I'll return it to you. Suddenly, with one hand grabbing a Yan's disciple's neck, his right fist punched out fiercely at his face. Bang bang bang. A few minutes later, all the Yan's disciples had died. All of them were slaughtered. Only one Yen Laoju remained. Long Fei laughed. Boss, it's your turn. Chapter 27:41 Punching Seconds. Chapter 27:41 Punching Seconds. All of the Yan's disciples that were brought along were annihilated. Either he would be killed instantly or Long Fei would torture him to death. Only one Yen Laoju remained. Although only Yen Laoju was left, he did not panic. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead an even stronger killing intent. Yen Laoju said indifferently, Lan Yuan, I never thought that you would have such a talent by your side. You have been concealing your strength all this time, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Humph! What a pity! It can only be the cultivation of the warrior realm. Continuously breaking through. In just a few minutes this could be impossible. In the eyes of the Yen Laojiu, it seemed like Long Fei was concealing his strength, and was slowly erupting it afterwards. Lan Yuan laughed. Yen Laojiu, the warrior realm will torture and kill all of the Yan's elites that you brought here. You won't accept it? Even if you aren't convinced, you should at least be convinced, right? Now that you're the only one left, do you think you can still kill us? Lan Yuan glanced at Long Fei and sent a sound transmission to him. Kid, step back. Was Long Fei hiding his strength? Or could it be that he had broken through continuously in just a few minutes? He didn't know. However, after listening to Yen Laojiu's words, his heart also slowly tilted towards Long Fei hiding his strength from the very beginning. Even a holy vein wouldn't be able to make such a quick breakthrough. None of this is the point now. The most important thing was the Yen Laojiu. Long Fei did not move as he stared at Yen Laojiu, at the golden light emitting from his body. If the West Law Grandmaster was a small boss, then the Yen Laojiu was considered a big boss. How could he let it go? The Yen Laojiu sneered. His eyes turned sinister and the killing intent in his eyes became abnormally cold. I can't kill you? Hee. Lan Yuan, you are already severely injured, but you think you can still be my opponent. Humph. I can show him the Hades in one move. While they were talking, Yen Laojiu's aura suddenly moved. Lan Yuan immediately shouted, Kid, be careful. At the same time, Lan Yuan suddenly moved. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had charged in front of Long Fei and formed two palms with his fists, shouting, Scram! Buzz! Power surged. His palms split apart. In the time it took for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, a pair of black iron palms descended from the sky. Rumble! 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 Explosions rang out in the air, unceasingly spreading out. Too fast. Long Fei couldn't see it clearly at all. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stop the instantaneous transformation. Universal Realm's power was far stronger than he had imagined. Bang bang bang. Lan Yuan retreated explosively. With every step he took, there was a footprint that was more than 10 centimeters deep on the ground. He had to retreat a full 10 steps before he finally stopped. His blood was boiling under his chest, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face turned even paler. In the distance, however, compared to Lan Yuan's, his injuries were much lighter. Seeing Lan Yuan spitting out a mouthful of black blood, he laughed sinisterly. Lan Yuan, you're already out of oil, stop struggling fearlessly. Today both of you are dead for sure. Ha ha ha. Lan Mei ran over and said, Father. Lan Yuan said solemnly, Don't come over here, kid. Take good care of my daughter and bring her away. With a heavy gaze, he looked at Long Fei and said, Lan Mei is my only daughter, you must take good care of him. Then, just as Lan Yuan was about to die with the Yanlaojiu, Long Fei said lightly, I can't take care of people. Take care of your daughter. While they were talking, Long Fei slowly walked forward. Lan Yuan shouted, Brat, what are you trying to do? You don't think that you are his opponent, right? Yanlaojiu is a peak realm spirit master. Yanlaojiu also sneered, You really overestimate yourself. Long Fei slowly walked forward and laughed. I don't care what realm he is in, if I'm unhappy, then he shouldn't think about enjoying himself. Step by step, they walked towards the Yanlaojiu. Tandapeo also anxiously said, Brother Fei, come back quickly. Lan Yuan also said, Brat, you can't beat him, come back. He said with sound transmission, Brat, I'm almost at my limit, let me hold him back, you guys hurry up and leave, I beg you, help me take care of Lan Mei. Long Fei acted as if he did not hear their words. The Yanlaojiu's smile became even more sinister as he watched Long Fei approach step by step, and said indifferently, You are walking towards death. How dare you, a mere warrior realm, be so rampant in front of me? You overestimate yourself. If you want to die, I'll grant you that wish. The Yanlaojiu laughed sinisterly. It was also at this time that Long Fei suddenly stopped, and his heart secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He's finally within attack range. Buzz! Yanlaojiu's figure disappeared. Lan Yuan immediately shouted, Be careful! Long Fei did not think too much about it. His feet trembled and directly stabbed into the ground, sinking into his knees. Just make yourself look like a tree stump. His speed couldn't compare to hers. Could not keep up with the reaction of the Yanlaojiu at all. He had never thought of competing with the Yanlaojiu in terms of speed. He had to withstand the first strike. He could only carry it. Long Fei's mind sank, his body became stable, then his gaze turned heavy as he said, Come, if you can't kill me, I'll kill you. You're still crazy? Die. Yanlaojiu hacked down with his pair of black palms, directly striking Long Fei's chest. Walala! Walala! The strong wind raged as it heavily struck down. Boom! Long Fei did not dodge. A pair of black iron palms forcibly struck onto his chest, and the clothes at his chest fiercely tore apart. The clothes at Long Fei's back was also torn apart by an extremely strong shockwave. Blood sprayed wildly. His chest was cracked and his internal organs felt like they were about to shatter. The pain was excruciating. At this moment, the health point only had a little bit of HP remaining. The corners of Yanlaojiu's mouth curled as he laughed sinisterly. You want to be crazy with me? Humph! You dog, you think that you are qualified to be so arrogant in front of me? At this moment, Yanlaojiu retracted both his hands. His pupils suddenly shrank just like a needle because, at this moment, he saw the imprint on Long Fei's chest. God's tribe curse mark. As a member of the universal realm, He was very clear on what it meant to be a god's tribe curse mark. His body trembled slightly, and he stared at Long Fei in shock. You are. Too shocking. He was shocked, speechless. Long Fei forcefully endured the pain, revealing his bloodied teeth, and said sinisterly, "Since you have seen it, then you should die even more. This is the universal realm." Long Fei was not strong enough. He did not know how to cultivate the power of ancient inheritance yet. Once the god's tribe on his body were discovered, he would fall into endless danger. Before he was able to fight against the god's tribe curse on his chest must not be exposed. Long Fei's eyes darkened, and the idea moved. Beaten magic power. Explode for me. Buzz. That burning energy channel instantly used up all of its energy and exploded. Long Fei's fist combusted with flames, and he punched out. Explode. Will you marry my daughter? Will you marry my daughter? Boom. The more power a beaten magic power could absorb, the more power it could absorb. More than a dozen Yan's disciples attacked without pause. The amount of damage accumulated over the course of 10 minutes was already quite high. At this moment, double the strength of the punch. His fist burned like a flaming fist. It smashed onto the body of the shocked and dazed Yan Laojiu. Rumble! The fist that seemed to explode pierced through Yan Laojiu's body. Long Fei's fist was like a nail that pierced straight through. Yan Laojiu stared angrily at the curse mark on Long Fei's chest. He saw his chest pierced again. Looking at Long Fei's fist, blood kept gushing out of Yan Laojiu's mouth as his body trembled. No, cough cough. Wow! Blood sprayed wildly. The gash on the top of his head also instantly disappeared. A bright red damage appeared above his head. 100,000. It directly became 0. One punch kill. Just like a superhuman punch. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yan Laojiu for obtaining 1 million experience, 10,000 true spiritual value, and 1 universal value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 10,000 Grand Mist crystals. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the skill Iron Sand Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 10 Heal Pills. Ding! Congratulations player Long Fei for obtaining the special reward for killing the boss Yan Laojiu. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the special item Misfortune Spray. The system beep sounded continuously. Iron Palm. Damn! Why didn't you blow up a golden bell cover or an iron shirt or something like that? Are you asking me to display my Chinese martial arts in the universal realm? Long Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Ah, universal realm, a super strong world, what use could Iron Palm have? However, for the current Long Fei, any cultivation technique was very important. Cultivate. There was a new cultivation technique in the cultivation technique column. Looking at the system reward again, Long Fei was secretly delighted. Unlucky spray? Item. Unlucky spray grade. Special attribute. Special instructions for use. If you spray it on someone else, they will suffer misfortune continuously for 3 minutes. Tip: disposable items. Damn! This is awesome. I like it. Long Fei laughed sinisterly, and couldn't help but think of the downgrade spray on the Zhenwu continent. He thought to himself, it's good enough for me to have some more of this special thing. You have money? Hee, I'll let you go bankrupt in 3 minutes. Are you very powerful? Do you believe that you will be bitten to death by an ant within 3 minutes? This was a special item of the system that did not exist in this world. Of course. Some people have no effect on these things, and those outside this range have no effect. And then again, those with extremely high lucky value were useless. However, such people were extremely rare. Long Fei regained his composure, took off his Yan Laojiu jacket, and stabbed it into his chest. He did not want anyone to see the curse mark that was on his chest. It was just like the system, undetectable. Not even someone he trusted. Not strong enough yet. They still could not be exposed. After doing all of this, Long Fei pulled out his legs from the ground. His face was also pale white, and his chest was covered with a black imprint. Gudong! Long Fei swallowed all 10 exploding heal pill into his body. Health point plus 100, health point plus 100, health point plus 100. After recovering a little of his health point, at least he would be able to keep his life under these circumstances. At the same time, a drop of mountain spring water dripped down from Long Fei's sea of consciousness. The spring of life was awakening. Long Fei did not notice. Lan Yuan looked at Long Fei in astonishment. You. Tandapeo ran up and hugged Long Fei. He was extremely excited. Boss, you're too much, ha. A violent killing with a single punch. Awesome, too awesome. So what if you're a spiritual master? Same second, ha. Long Fei said anxiously, pain. Tandapeo immediately let out a sigh of relief and said again and again, I forgot. Lan Yuan also laughed, good, a young hero will come out. Your inherent skill, your strength is stronger than any other genius I have seen in the East Imperial City. I'm glad I didn't chase you out of the Lan Mansion back then. Otherwise, I probably would have died here today. Cough. A series of rapid cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lan Mei said anxiously, Father, don't talk anymore. Lan Yuan waved his hand. Don't worry, Father will be happy. Now, no matter how he looked at Long Fei, he liked her. He couldn't do it now. With his kidney pierced, and having received Yen Laojiu's palm just now, his internal organs had already been displaced. His life was nearing its end. Right now, the only person he could not rest at ease was Lan Mei. However, he looked at Long Fei. He had a plan in his heart. Long Fei said slightly, when the Yans came out of the city to intercept us, he has probably already made his move. Uncle, the most urgent matter at hand is for us to get to the Lan Mansion as soon as possible. Hearing Long Fei's analysis, Lan Yuan became even more satisfied and said, You're right, since Yan's attacked me, I'm afraid that he's also attacking Lan Clan now. We need to go back quickly. However, before that, I have something to ask you. Can you promise me that? Lan Yuan looked at Long Fei very seriously. Long Fei asked, What is it? Lan Yuan said, Promise me first. Long Fei said, If I don't say anything, how can I promise you? Lan Yuan hesitated for a moment, looked at Lan Mei and asked, Are you willing to marry my daughter? Long Fei. He was stunned. Lan Mei was also stunned. Lan Yuan said indifferently, My daughter's beauty is of the first class, talent is of the first class, and she is ranked in the top 5 in the East Imperial City's beauty rankings. The number of young talents pursuing her is also uncountable. But I never took a fancy to any of them. Kid, I've taken a fancy to you. Are you willing to marry my daughter? Long Fei didn't know how to answer. He felt that it was as if Lan Yuan was giving orders behind the scenes. Lan Mei said straightforwardly, Father, I don't want to get married. Long Fei looked at Lan Mei and said, Uncle, we just met a few days ago, isn't this too fast? You don't even have any basic feelings, even your daughter won't agree to this. Lan Yuan began to cough anxiously, and coughed out a large mouthful of blood, then said, I am her father, so the matter of her marriage is naturally mine to decide. Kid, do you only have to answer now if you are willing or not? Cough. Cough. A series of cough. Lan Yuan didn't wait for Long Fei's reply. She looked at Lan Mei with a face filled with pain and said, Can you marry him? This is father's last wish. Lan Mei shook her head while crying, then heavily nodded and said, Daddy, I am willing, okay? Lan Yuan then looked at Long Fei and said, Brat, my daughter is willing, are you willing now? Long Fei could tell that Lan Mei was unwilling. Actually, he wasn't willing either. He had come to the universal realm for the sake of killing the god's tribe, not to pick up girls. On the other hand, Tanda Peo had a depressed look on his face. He kept looking at Lan Yuan, hoping to betroth Lan Mei to him, but Lan Yuan did not even glance at him, and could only sigh from the side. Lan Mei looked at Long Fei and said, "I am willing to marry you, and I will marry you. Can you promise, father?" Long Fei scratched his head and said, "All right. I promise you." Lan Yuan immediately laughed. "Men mean what they say, your marriage is decided just like that. All right. Help me up and go back to the city." Chapter 2743 Elder Swordsman. Chapter 2743 Elder Swordsman. Just suddenly? Long Fei suddenly had the feeling that he was being cheated. However, Lan Yuan's injuries did not improve at all, but he felt relieved. What he needed to do now was to make the best of his abilities to arrange the path for Lan Mei. Back to the city. Lan Mei supported Lan Yuan and walked towards East Imperial City. Tanda Peo followed beside Long Fei and said with an excited expression, "Brother Fei, we've struck gold this time, to think that we've even gotten the daughter of the patriarch, hee. No one wants to kill us now, right? You're the prince consort now. Who dares to touch us?" Tanda Peo's face was full of pride. Although he envied Long Fei for obtaining her beauty, he knew that beauties should be compatible with the powerhouse. Long Fei laughed bitterly but did not say a word. Tanda Peo asked again, "Brother Fei, how did you break through?" To be able to break through level 1 after killing one person, you can't possibly be concealing your cultivation, right? Long Fei still did not answer. Seeing that Long Fei did not answer, Tanda Peo said, "Brother Fei, I, Tanda Peo, have never given in to anyone before. You are the first one. From today onwards, I will follow you in the water with my life on the line." Long Fei said, "Why do I feel like you are expressing your loyalty, hugging my thigh?" "Heh heh." Tanda Peo laughed. "I am hugging my thigh. Brother Fei, I am definitely hugging your elephant leg." If not for Long Fei, he would have died a long time ago. His longevity had long since been drained by Great Master Shi Fa. Long Fei muttered, "If I were you, I would be a bane of anyone. If you were to follow me, you wouldn't live a good life." "Huh! Heaven Destroyer, Solitary Star?" Tanda Peo said, "Me doesn't believe in things like heaven-destroying star." Long Fei did not hear what Tanda Peo said. He looked at Lan Mei's figure in the distance, and thought back to what had happened in the past. No matter how many brothers and women he had, he would always be the only one left. He was a heaven destroyer, a lone star. He was destined to be alone all his life. "Wait until the things here are over, I won't bother you either." Long Fei thought in his heart as he looked at Lan Mei. Seeing that Lan Mei did not have any good impression of him, it was completely because they had a sliver of hope in him refining plague pill that they would risk their lives and leave the city with him. Otherwise, it was fated that the two of them would never have any interactions in their entire lives. Long Fei was the same. It could not be said that she had a good impression of Lan Mei, but she felt that he was very beautiful, that's all. His mind was not on the relationship between his son and daughter. All he was thinking about right now was to become stronger as soon as possible, to break through as soon as possible, and to cultivate the power of the ancient inheritance. Overturn the god's tribe. Overturn the Emperor Xian. This was the goal of the universal realm. They didn't say anything along the way. Early morning, Lan Yuan brought them back to the East Imperial City through the secret passage. In the yard, the smell of blood was everywhere, but there was not a single corpse. The hunchbacked old man was squatting in the corner, smoking a cigarette while Yen Xing was flashing in the dark corner. The old man's forehead was locked tight. In his hands, he was still tightly holding onto the broken god's tribe's mark, and for the entire night, his mind was in a tense state. It was like a taut bow. A sound came from the passageway, and the old man's eyes immediately flashed with a cold ray of light. Lan Yuan said, "Elder Swordsman, it's me." Lan Yuan felt the cold, and the first thing he did when he walked out of the secret passage was to greet them. He didn't know much about this hunchbacked old man. He only knew that his father rescued him outside the city and did not bring him back to the Lan clan. Instead, he stayed in a dark corner and guarded the secret passage to the outside of the city. Lan Yuan only knew 2 words about his identity, Elder Swordsman. But he had never seen him use a sword. Elder Swordsman looked at Lan Yuan, and as soon as he did, he immediately felt Lan Yuan's injuries. He did not say a word and stared straight at Long Fei. A strange expression appeared in his eyes. He wanted to see Long Fei's identity, but he couldn't see anything. There was no aura of the God's tribe's blood vein. There was no trace of the God's tribe's physique. Even not a single trace of aura was related to the God's tribe. It was just the space ring in his hands. Could it be? Did he get this ring by chance? He's not from the God's tribe? Elder Swordsman thought. He did not dare to try opening the space ring, because, once his idea entered the ranks of the space ring, he would immediately be found by the powerhouse of God's tribe. Just like a positioning system. As long as his idea moved, the powerhouse of God's tribe would immediately lock onto it. One had to know that the God's tribe possessed the universal realm's strongest hunting instrument. Lan Mei asked in shock, "Father, you know him?" Tandapeo immediately became unhappy. **T, we're all family, why did they charge us to pass by? 1,000,000 grand mist crystals. Old man, you really dare to take it? Lan Yuan was also stunned. What 1,000,000 grand mist crystals? Lan Mei wanted to explain, but Long Fei said, "Nothing much, he was just joking with us." Long Fei also felt that this old man was not simple. The dried blood stains around the area indicated a lot of problems. Moreover, the yard reeked of blood. The breath of the dead. Lan Yuan replied, "As long as you're fine, that's enough." "Oh right." Lan Yuan looked at Elder Swordsman and asked after hesitating for a moment, "Elder Swordsman, from now on, can you protect my daughter?" Elder Swordsman's voice was ice-cold. "I will protect the Lan clan's patriarch, and I will protect whoever is the Lan clan's patriarch." This was his promise to Lan Yuan's father. Lan Yuan said, "After tonight, Lan Mei will be the patriarch of Lan clan." Lan Mei was startled. The elder swordsman did not speak. Instead, he slowly walked into the dark room while puffing and smoking. Not long later, in the darkness, the space ring that Long Fei had given him was returned to Long Fei's hands. Elder Swordsman's voice suddenly sounded out, "Brat, are you someone from God's tribe?" he suddenly asked. Long Fei was silent for half a second, then suddenly asked, "Why do you ask? Do I look like someone from the God's tribe?" Elder Swordsman's gloomy voice came out and said, "Where did you get that ring?" Long Fei said, "If I said I picked it up, you definitely wouldn't believe me." Elder Swordsman said, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? It's clear that the ring has your imprint. If it was picked up, do you think you can unlock the God's tribe's imprint?" Long Fei slightly said, "Seems like old Mister is very knowledgeable about the God's tribe. I heard that the East Imperial City was once a prison for the God's tribe. You wouldn't be a person that the God's tribe exiled into, right? Or should I say, are you the one that the God's tribe is chasing after?" Long Fei boldly tried to ask. The elder swordsman was too strange. The elder swordsman stayed silent for a few seconds, and just as Long Fei and the rest were about to leave the courtyard, a cold voice traveled into Long Fei's mind. "If you are from the God's tribe, then you can't leave East Imperial City. We will die here." The voice was like the voice from hell. Long Fei felt a chill all over his body. The blood felt as if it was going to freeze over, and his entire body began to tremble. What a strong power! Chapter 2744 Lan Clan Attack. Chapter 2744 Lan Clan attacked. Lan Yuan felt the change in Long Fei's body and asked, "What's wrong?" Long Fei shook his head. "I'm fine." "Uncle Ape, what is the background of the elder swordsman?" Lan Yuan shook his head. "I don't know much about him. I only know that he was saved by my father from the ghost hole, and at that time he was heavily injured, and he was on the verge of death. It was father who found the spirit medicine to save him, and from then on he will stay by father's side, protecting this secret passage for Lan Clan. As for his previous identity, I'm not too sure either. However, he never seems to leave this place. He never appears during the day." "That's strange." Long Fei quietly listened and thought, "Such a person is like a mouse. What is he hiding from? He must be avoiding some powerful enemy. Is he hiding from the God's tribe?" It was very difficult to find an existence like the East Imperial City that was hiding here, let alone a hellish existence like the East Imperial City. Long Fei did not think too much about it. His intuition told him that he had to keep his distance from the elder swordsman because he was really too dangerous. Early morning, Lan Yuan and the rest returned to the Lan clan. Seeing the mess at the entrance of the Lan mansion, Lan Yuan frowned. As expected, the Yans has made his move. Immediately, Lan Yuan rushed into the Lan mansion, while Lan Mei anxiously ran up. Corpses, blood, limbs everywhere. The huge Lan mansion turned into ruins, the pavilions, the red walls, and the fake mountains all collapse. The traces of the launcher's bombing could be seen everywhere. Lan clan. Half destroyed. Lan Yuan's brows tightly knitted together as he anxiously shouted out a few times, "Blue essence, blue sea." There was no response. Lan Mei suddenly covered her mouth, and sobbed as she looked at one place. "Uncle Lan Feng." Lan Yuan looked over. A middle-aged man's chest had been penetrated, his arm was cut off, and his entire body was lying in a pool of blood. "Lan Feng." Lan Yuan replied heavily. Yi Zichen clenched his fists and let out a cracking sound. The blood in his chest also violently roiled, and his wound began to crack open. Dark red blood gushed out, and fury struck his heart. His blood tumbled, and he couldn't help but want to vomit blood. A group of people walked out from a side courtyard. The one leading them was the great elder of Lan clan, Lan He. Lan Yuan forcefully held back, and heavily swallowed the blood. "Patriarch! Big brother! Clan head!" The Lan clan clansmen were excited. The patriarch had returned. However, a cold glint flashed past Lan He's eyes. He looked at the Lan clan clansmen, who ran up and immediately shouted loudly, "Lan Yuan, you still have the face to come back?" The Lan clan clansmen trembled slightly. "Grand Elder, it's the patriarch. The chief is back. It's time for revenge." The patriarch's cultivation is at the level of the transmutation unity stage. Since the patriarch is back, the Yans will not dare to move recklessly. Everyone asked in confusion. Lan He stared at Lan Yuan and said, "If you hadn't gone out of the city to find some black prison god grass for your good-for-nothing daughter, would the Yans have attacked our Lan mansion? Even if he had 10 times the guts, he still wouldn't dare. You think that when you secretly left the Lan mansion and left the city, the Yans would not know about it? You are creating opportunities for the Yans. I suspect that you are a spy for the Yans." Lan He said heavily. "Listen to him." The Lan clan clansmen were stunned. "It can't be? How could the chief be a spy?" "Yeah. Great clan elders' words are not without reason." After the patriarch left, the Yans attacked the Lan clan, and more than half of the disciples died. The patriarch is responsible for this. Everyone began to discuss. Lan Mei said, "My father is not a spy." "Humph. Even if he isn't a spy, it is still his fault that the Lan clan has become like this. If it wasn't for a trash like you who dragged the entire Lan clan down, would the Lan clan be like this?" Lan He said solemnly. Long Fei could not bear to listen to this any longer. In his entire life, the only word he hated to hear the most was trash. Trash on the left and trash on the right. What are you? I see that everyone is injured except you. What did you do during the war? I'm afraid you're hiding in the dog hole? These Lan clan clansmen were more or less injured, and even if they were not injured, there were still bloodstains. But Lan He's body was extremely beautiful, with not the slightest bit of injury, and not a single drop of blood. Indeed, during the great battle, he had indeed hidden to the side. Even the surprise attack of the Yans was led by him. But Lan He never thought that the Yans would actually go against their agreement and cause incalculable losses to the Lan clan. He would have appeared as the savior. However, if he went out, he would also die, so he might as well just continue hiding. However, when dawn arrived, the Yans was initially about to win, and would immediately occupy the entire Lan clan. For some reason, Lan He suddenly retreated. He did not understand. However, he knew his chance had come. Lan He's eyes turned sinister as he stared at Long Fei and shouted, "Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk to me?" Lan Yuan. Lan clan was attacked. Where is this clan leader of yours? Since the Lan clan has become like this, you have a responsibility that cannot be avoided. I suggest that you remove your position as patriarch. As soon as he finished, several elders immediately seconded, "I agree. I agree. We have to evacuate. When the clan is on the brink of life and death, you are nowhere to be seen." That's right. What qualifications do you have to be the clan leader of a clan that you, the Lien family, do not care about? A few elders began to build up their momentum. The expressions of many clan members slightly changed. Hearing what the elders said, they started to blame Lan Yuan. Lan Yuan said lightly, "I will be responsible, and I will abdicate." However, Lan He speak clearly. No matter how strong Yan's is, even if Yen Fantian were to personally act, he would not be defeated in half a night. All the way from the main gate of Lan Mansion, the disciples of Lan clan were basically ambushed and assassinated without any resistance. What does that mean? This means that you, the great clan elder in charge of the safety of Lan Mansion, are in big trouble. There's more. Why are all those dead disciples of the other elders? But most of the elders from your Lan He bloodline and disciples are fine? Lan He, from the very beginning, I already knew that you were colluding with the Yans. You've always wanted to obtain the position of patriarch, but you can't use such a despicable method. Lan Yuan said solemnly. He had no evidence. However, he had to say it. Even if Lan He was not in charge of all this, he had to say it this way, because it was for his daughter. His time was running out. He had to pave the way for his daughter. Lan He's eyes turned sinister and he bellowed, "Lan Yuan, you're slandering me." A few elders beside Lan He trembled slightly. Lan Yuan laughed coldly. "Lan He, don't think that our clansmen are blind. Take a look at yourself, most of you are uninjured, but what about the rest of the elders?" It was Long Fei's words that reminded him of this. Seeing Lan He's furious expression, Lan Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Many people looked at Lan He. Lan Yuan said, "I can abdicate and immediately abdicate, but you, Lan He, do not have the qualifications to become the patriarch of the Lan clan." Lan He said coldly, "I do not have the qualifications? Then let's have a fair election." Chapter 2745 The Scythe of Death. Chapter 2745 The Scythe of Death. The Lan clan was in a mess. Lan He wanted to take advantage of the chaos and ascend the throne. Originally, he thought that since Lan Yuan had already died outside the city, it was natural for him to become the new patriarch as well. But Lan Yuan had returned and pushed him into a very dangerous situation. He was helpless. Lan He could only choose the last option, a fair election. Lan He laughed coldly. "Lan Yuan, then let's vote fairly. do you dare to choose? A fair election? This was exactly what Lan Yuan wanted, and he said, What do I not dare to choose? Just like you, tomorrow at noon, Lan clan will conduct a unified election. Ha ha ha! Lan He laughed loudly and said, Lan Yuan, this is what you said yourself, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The last time I lost, it was because your father was the patriarch, and you absolutely cannot win this time. Exactly. Absolutely not. The Lan clan will be destroyed by him. Did you see it clearly? It's all because of him that the Lan clan has become like this. All right. Everyone, let's disperse. The crowd dispersed, and no one stayed behind. No one came forward to speak with Lan Yuan or pass down the order. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to win the election. Long Fei looked at Lan Yuan and said, Uncle, the elections are not a good idea. Lan Yuan said, There is no other way to make Lan Mei take the throne, there is no other way. Only people who have been elected fairly by the Lan clan will be convinced by everyone, if not, even if I pass on the title to her, the people of Lan clan will not submit to her. Lan Mei stepped forward. Father, I don't want to be the clan leader, and I don't want to participate in any elections. Lan Yuan looked at Lan Mei and said, Lan Mei, you are the hope of Lan clan, you have the best talent in all of these years, you will definitely lead Lan clan to the peak. Lan Mei revealed a pained expression and said, I simply do not have any hope, I am just a trash whose muscles and veins are clogged up. I don't even know how to cultivate, I simply don't have any way of bringing anything to the Lan clan. Lan Yuan let out a heavy cry and said, Who said you are trash? No one knows how strong you are, and no one knows what kind of power you contain in your body. As long as your veins and tendons are unblocked, your blood vein talent will be at its peak, and Lan clan will definitely reach its peak under your hands. After speaking so excitedly, Lan Yuan coughed continuously. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Lan Mei did not dare argue anymore, and went forward to support his father. Long Fei looked at Lan Mei and thought to himself, Black and white, you're really right. Brat, no. Good son-in-law, Lan Mei wants to be promoted, I need your help. Lan Yuan looked at Long Fei. At this time, Tanda Peo lightly pulled at the corner of Long Fei's clothes and shook his head. He indicated to Long Fei not to wade through this muddy water. Obviously, the current Lan clan was no longer the Lan clan of a few days ago. The current situation was already under Lan He's control, so if they were to join in, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, they were still outsiders. Once Lan He became the patriarch, he would definitely not let them off. Long Fei walked over and said, Uncle, tell me, if you can help me, you will definitely help. Lan Yuan said, There is still an afternoon, I must go and lobby the elders. During this time, I hope that you can protect Lan Mei, I'm worried that someone will make a move against her. By the way, you two deepen your relationship. Long Fei was startled. Lan Mei's face also darkened. Without waiting for Long Fei's reply, Lan Yuan immediately grabbed onto Tanda Peo and said, Go, follow me. Only Long Fei and Lan Mei was left in the courtyard. Neither of them spoke first. The atmosphere was a little awkward. In the end, Long Fei said, I haven't slept for the whole night, you should go take a rest. Lan Mei shook his head. I can't sleep. Get up. Lan Mei was also very clear about his father's injuries. She knew that Lan Yuan was helping her plan her path of retreat without stop. Her heart ached. He hated himself for the blockage in his veins, hated himself for not being able to think of ordinary Lan clan people. Why would he have such a blue hair? Long Fei looked at Lan Mei and said indifferently, I really envy you. Lan Mei looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said bitterly, At least your father is still by your side, at least you can still hear his voice, at least you can still see him, and I. Dragon Abyss Dungeon. Hundreds of dragon-locked chain pierced through his body. Kneel on the ground. Without even moving, he was already in incomparable pain. The pain was unimaginable. He clearly knew that his father had been crushed in Dragon Abyss Dungeon, but he couldn't save him. There was nothing worse in the world. When the leopard girl's memory awakened, many things appeared in Long Fei's memory. Adding on the things inside the memory fragments, Long Fei was sure that the person imprisoned in the Black Dragon of Dragon Abyss was his father, Long Zhanting. But there was nothing to be done. Lan Mei looked at Long Fei's pained expression and her heart tightened slightly. In his previous life, he was an orphan. Long Fei knew nothing about his own background. The awakening of Earth's memories. From birth to transmigration, he still did not know who his father was, and who his mother was. Now, he knew that his father was Long Zhanting and his mother was called Mu Wan'er. He knew that his parents had paid a heavy price for him. He had come for revenge. To take back everything. Seeing everything that Lan Yuan had done for Lan Mei, he couldn't help but think of his own father. It was warm and painful, Long Fei said slightly. Everything that your father has done was for your sake. Perhaps you are unwilling, but he has really done it for your own good. Also, no matter what happens, I will always be behind you. Lan Mei looked at Long Fei. At this moment, her heart moved slightly as she said in a low voice, "No one will choose a piece of trash to become the patriarch. No one will believe that a piece of trash can lead everyone to the peak. I'm just a piece of trash who can't do anything." With a bitter smile on his face, he was in incomparable pain. Long Fei continued, "There is no one who is a trash in this world. The point is your heart and your body." Long Fei did not say. Because he was unable to help Lan Mei right now, no matter how much he said he was, it would be useless. But Long Fei knew. Lan Mei was the descendant of Holy General. She has an extremely powerful Holy General blood vein. How could such an incredible person be a piece of trash? I must think of a way to help her, Long Fei secretly said in his heart. Ding. A notification sound suddenly rang out. Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering the quest, help Lan Mei dredge the channels. Level. A time, 1 year reward, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 true spiritual value points, special item reward, Death Scythe. Ding. Do you accept? Long Fei was a little confused, staring at the task reward. His eyes flashed. He swallowed his saliva. Death Scythe? Is it a hero, or is it that gigantic scythe of death? Chapter 2746, Long Fei's Pawn. Chapter 2746, Long Fei's Pawn. Accept. Those with a quest naturally had to accept it. Moreover, the reward for this quest was very attractive. However, according to what Uncle Lan Yuan said, there was only one way to unblock the blocked meridians on Lan Mei's body, and that was to enter the Black Prison Valley to collect Black Prison God Grass S. Those demon beasts in the Black Prison Valley. No matter what, I have to complete this mission, even for the Scythe of Death. Long Fei's mind was set. At the same time, Long Fei also wanted to know what the descendant of Holy General was. What exactly is the power of Vein of Blue Water? How strong were Black and White's former subordinates? With blue hair, she looked extremely cool. If she could cultivate and use the power of her blood vein, then she would be even more cool. It was too much of a waste for such a beautiful girl to not be able to cultivate. Noon. Lan Yuan and Tan de Peo returned to the small courtyard. Lan Yuan frowned. Tan de Peo scolded. Damn, what kind of people are we all talking about? This is called a family? When it comes to crucial moments, are they still F***king relatives? All of them asked loudly, is this a family? What kind of virtue is this? Pfft. Lan Mei anxiously stepped forward to support Lan Yuan and asked, Father, how is it? Lan Yuan shook his head lightly. This time the lobbying was not good. This time, too many of his trusted aides had died. Including Lan Hu and Lan Bao, who were both dead now, There were very few people who stood by Lan Yuan's side in the entire Lan clan. Lan Yuan slightly said, "Only Lan Zhu is willing to stand on my side." Tan de Peo said, "It's not that I say, there is no need for such a family to exist, there is no point in being the clan leader of such a family. Every single one of you is a mercenary, your family is almost annihilated, and you are still desperately trying to find money. What is this called?" Lan Yuan also laughed bitterly. "This is where the family's common ailment lies. If a family can unite as one, why would they be afraid of external enemies?" Tan de Peo said, "I finally got to know the people from your Lan clan. Uncle, let me be frank. Since we have left Lan clan, there is no need for us to stay in such a family. What kind of people are they?" When Tan de Peo thought about the faces of the clan elders, the anger started to rise. Every one of them was asking for an exorbitant price. 1 vote for 1,000,000 grand mist crystals. Or I want my rights and my status. That's good. Many people directly ridiculed Lan Yuan in front of his face. Family? This was a family? Bullshit. Long Fei could tell that Lan Yuan's lobbying this time wasn't successful. More than half of the Lan clan had died, and the current Lan clan was basically in Lan He's hands. It was basically impossible to push Lan Mei, who had no cultivation, up. Lan Mei would never be able to solve any of the internal and external strife and troubles he faced. Moreover, no one wanted to be controlled by a woman, no one in Lan clan would let a woman be the one to take control. Long Fei said, "Why not do as the canons say and leave Lan clan?" Without waiting for Long Fei to finish speaking, Lan Yuan immediately said, "No. The Lan clan is currently a piece of loose sand, but they are all Lan clan blood vein after all, and that is because I did not lead them properly." In Lan Yuan's heart, he wouldn't leave the Lan clan under any circumstances. If he wanted to leave the Lan clan, then he wouldn't have to bring a heavy injury back to the city. Tan de Peo scolded, "You treat them as human beings, they might not view you as human beings. Uncle, let's just forget about it, we can't win. Since the Lan clan is already like this, what can you do even if you allow Lan Mei to become the next patriarch? Yans will attack again. Why is Lan clan resisting? I might as well leave. At least I can live a bit more comfortably." Lan Yuan shook his head. "I will not leave, the Lan clan cannot die in my hands." Lan Mei also expressed his stance. "If father doesn't leave, I won't go either." Tan de Peo sighed and looked at Long Fei. His eyes told Long Fei that there was no point in not staying. If he stayed, he would only be asking for trouble. Even the Yans would not let them off. At the same time, he was also waiting for Long Fei to make a decision. Long Fei exhaled deeply and said, "Must you push her to the top? Once Lan Mei becomes patriarch, her life will be even more difficult." Lan Yuan said, "It will be very difficult, but I cannot let the Lan clan be destroyed here. I believe that Lan Mei can definitely lead the Lan clan to arise, I firmly believe in that." Long Fei said, "All right, since you insist on doing this, I have a plan." Lan Yuan slightly asked, "What method do you have?" Long Fei muttered a few sentences into Lan Yuan's ears. Lan Yuan's eyes immediately trembled and shone with a bright light. She looked at Long Fei excitedly and said, "Good idea." Long Fei slightly said, "The method is good, but it can only shock us for a moment. If it goes on for too long, I'm afraid that we won't be able to do it." Tan de Peo asked anxiously, "What way?" Long Fei did not say. Lan Yuan also tightened the center of his brows, looked at Lan Mei and said, "No matter what, I have to give it a try." Long Fei said, "All right. I'll do my best to help." Lan Yuan replied heavily, "Thank you. Big brother, we've investigated everything clearly. Other than a blue bamboo who doesn't have any power, all the other elders are on our side. Lan Yuan is more or less a commander-in-chief now, haha. You made the right decision. To control the family treasury directly. No one in this world can go against money." A pleased smile appeared on Lan He's face as he held his hands behind his back and muttered, "Fight with me? Lan Yuan, what are you going to use to fight me now? If it wasn't for your father being the patriarch, would you have been able to win against me last time? Let's see how I'll trample you to death this time, ha ha ha." Lan He also laughed out loud in excitement. He was confident that he would be able to win this afternoon's elections. Definitely win. Lan Yuan no longer had any cards left. If you want money, you don't have money. Big brother, how should we deal with those two fake evil sect alchemy masters? Lan He said coldly, "A useless trash dares to challenge me? I'll kill them both after today's elections. I just so happen to use their lives to make an example of us. Fight with me." "Humph. This old man won't kill you." Lan He laughed sinisterly. "Big brother, what about the Yans? Do you want to?" Lan Wu whispered. Lan He's eyes also turned cold as he said solemnly, "Yen Fantian has gone back on his word. It seems that the Lan clan has been destroyed by him. Don't provoke the Yans now, wait for me to become the patriarch first." Lan Wu nodded and said, "Understood." Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the Lan clan Great Assembly Hall was filled with clan elders as well as some relatively powerful disciples. "Where's Lan Mei?" "I don't know. She just went out and hasn't come back yet." Lan Mei left with a face full of anxiety. What was he going to do? Could something have happened? Chapter 2747 Black Prison God Grass. Chapter 2747 Black Prison God Grass. Lan He, if you dare hurt a single strand of my daughter's hair, I will definitely not forgive you. Anger. The aura from Lan Yuan's body was like boiling lava. He was abnormally fanatical. He was incomparable rage. Long Fei had never seen a person who could be this angry. He couldn't help but think of his father. Being imprisoned in Long Yuan's black dungeons, had he been angry like this just for himself? Long Fei's gaze tensed up. At this time, Lan Yuan had already angrily rushed out. Long Fei's gaze tensed up, and immediately followed him. Tan De Peo also anxiously followed. Lan Clan meeting room. Ha ha. Big brother Lan He, wait. In half an hour we will address you as clan leader. Ha ha. What Lan Yuan can't do, I will definitely do. Even if he can do it, I will definitely do it better, and will not waste any more resources on a piece of trash, and also ensure that all of our clan members have twice the amount of resources as well, so that everyone has money and cultivation resources. Ha ha ha. Well said. We will definitely give our full support. I have to support him. Have a look at what Lan Yuan has done to the Lan clan. How many cultivation resources had he wasted on that good-for-nothing daughter of his? If any of these resources were given to any of the young disciples, they would probably become general level S. Exactly. There was a flurry of discussion in the meeting room. Lan He's face was full of pride. Just like an elder had said, in half an hour, he would be the patriarch of the Lan clan. At this time, he walked to the side of Lan Zhu and coldly sneered. "Elder Lan Zhu, I heard that your daughter is in Dongguan College?" The blue bamboo's expression sank. "Lan He, what are you planning to do?" Lan He laughed. "What can I do? I'm just trying to understand the family situation of my family. I heard that your daughter passes by the Feng Tian Street every day after school, right? Feng Tian Street is not safe during this period of time. Something could happen to it, you have to be careful." Finished. Lan He laughed as he left. Lan Zhu secretly shook, and immediately chased after her, saying, "Big brother Lan He, I will fully support you. Don't hurt my daughter, I only have this one daughter." Lan He laughed. "What are you saying? Your daughter being able to enter the Dongguan College is also the honor of the Lan clan. She is a genius of the Lan clan. How can I harm her? Don't worry, I think highly of this niece. I know a few instructors in the Donghuang College and will introduce her to some of them. Thank you, Big Brother Lan He, thank you, Lan Zhu hurriedly said. Lan He's face was filled with pride. He was determined to win this election. At this moment, Lan Yuan rushed over anxiously and said with a heavy voice, Lan He, give your daughter back to me. Buzz! His aura shook, and an explosion sounded in the air. Lan He's eyes turned sinister, his mind shaking. His cultivation level was not as good as Lan Yuan's, it was just a little bit more, and it was also because of this that he lost the selection. He did not expect Lan Yuan to release his realm pressure right away. The corner of Lan He's eyes twitched slightly and he said loudly, Your daughter? Your daughter disappeared and you came looking for me? Why didn't you come find me when your wife disappeared? As soon as he finished, the few elders around Lan He could not hold back and immediately started laughing, ha ha. Ha ha. A cold, killing intent burst out of Lan Yuan's eyes and he said, I'll tell you again, hand Lan Mei over, otherwise, I'll definitely let you die miserably. It was eerie and terrifying. The rage raged. Being crushed in front of the entire clan, the anger in his heart was suppressed as he said, Don't say that I didn't capture your daughter, even if I did, I would not have handed it to you. How many resources did a piece of trash like her waste for Lan clan's cultivation all these years? She should not be living in this world, she is a burden to the Lan clan. As long as I become the patriarch of the Lan clan, the first thing I will do is to expel Lan Mei from the Lan clan, and forbid her from taking even half a step into the Lan clan. And you want her to become the next head of the family? Ha ha! Lan Yuan, oh Lan Yuan, do you still think that your daughter's Lan clan-s are not enough? For thousands of years, Lan clan has never had such a precedent of letting a woman be the leader of all Lan clan-s. Forget about not agreeing to it, even our ancestors would not agree to it. Lan He said heavily. The people of Lan clan also joined in. You're right. Lan clan cannot be dragged down by Lan Mei any longer. There is no precedent for women being the leader in Lan clan. No exceptions are allowed. I can't break the rules. Everyone stood by Lan He's side. Lan Yuan was completely isolated. If one were to say that he still had a sliver of a chance to participate in the election, then Lan Mei would not have a chance at all. However, Lan Yuan didn't have the mood to think about choosing a patriarch right now. He only wanted to know where Lan Mei was. Moreover, he was mad with rage and had lost his mind. A daughter was everything to him. Now that his daughter was gone, he was mad. The wound ruptured. The injuries of his internal organs worsened once again. Lan Yuan did not care as he took a step forward and was about to charge forward. Seeing that, Long Fei immediately grabbed onto it and said, Uncle, no! Like this again. Lan Yuan's injuries would completely collapse and he would probably die in a few minutes. Right now, he was completely risking his life to survive. It was also Lan Mei who supported him. Lan Yuan wanted to struggle free, but at this time, at the entrance of the courtyard, Lan Mei walked in. He looked at his father and immediately said, Father? Lan Yuan was startled. Lan Mei also quickly stepped forward. Father, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you before when I went out. Lan Yuan asked, Where did you go? Lan Mei replied, I didn't go there, I just went there. The corner of Lan He's mouth lifted, as he said disdainfully, Lan Yuan, I still won't use such a despicable method to win against you. Now that your daughter is back, can we begin the election? Humph. Actually, when Lan He saw Lan Yuan go crazy for his daughter, his heart was in shock for a moment. He had somewhat underestimated the importance of Lan Mei in Lan Yuan's eyes. If he had controlled Lan Mei from the very beginning, this position of patriarch would probably have belonged to him already. Let's begin. Let the campaigner speak first. Lan He directly walked forward and said, I don't have anything to say. If I become the patriarch of Lan clan, I will double everyone's monthly records. I will also bring the Lan clan to the peak and become a first-rate family in the East Imperial City. Besides, I will absolutely not waste my cultivation resources on trash. Lan He stared at Lan Mei when he said trash. Lan Mei's eyes did not waver in the slightest. It was like admitting that he was trash. Lan Yuan walked forward and said faintly, "Every single person in Lan clan knows that the number of blue hair determined his or her purity, his or her innate talent. With his or her blue hair, it can be said that the innate strength hidden in her body surpassed any member of the Lan clan as however. That was before. This time outside of the city, I found the black prison god grass." While they were talking, Lan Yuan carefully took out a spirit grass from his bosom that was shining with a bright light. It was pitch black and looked like a set of veins. The entire audience was stunned. Chapter 2748 Kirin Young Man. Chapter 2748 Kirin Young Man. Everyone in Lan clan knew that the blood vein-esque gifts were determined by the blue hair on the top of the head. The more blue hair there was, the stronger the blood vein would be. The year Lan Mei was born was the year that the Lan clan was at its peak. Many clans came to celebrate, and even many first-rate families in East Imperial City came. However, 10 years later, news of Lan Mei being unable to cultivate had spread across the entire East Imperial City. It was also at that time that the Lan clan began to decline. Lan Mei also became the trash that everyone in the city mocked, the trash that couldn't cultivate. Many clan members of the Lan mansion sneered at him. But Lan Yuan had never given up. He kept looking through the ancient books, and finally found the dredge the channels method, the black prison god grass. It was a divine plant with the shape of a human meridian. It could clear up meridians, and as long as Lan Mei opened up meridians, her halo of genius would once again envelop her, and it would once again shock the entire East Imperial City. At that time, the Yans would not dare to make a move against him. This was the deterrence of geniuses. A super genius could change the status of a family. When Lan Yuan took out the black prison god grass, everyone in the entire Lan clan, including Lan He himself, were dumbstruck. His entire person was instantly stupefied. Tandapeo looked at the black spirit grass in Lan Yuan's hands and could not help but mutter, "Didn't I not manage to gather it? How come now?" Long Fei covered Tandapeo's mouth and said softly, "Your big mouth should be sealed." Tandapeo realized that the black prison god grass in Lan Yuan's hands were fake. His eyes revealed shock as he stared at Long Fei and asked, "Brother Fei, is this your method?" Holy *T. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Tandapeo couldn't help but admire him. Long Fei smiled faintly and glanced at Lan Mei. Lan Mei still carried a cold face. Not knowing why, but after she went out for a trip, her entire person changed and became extremely cold. A hint of worry appeared on her face, and it also gave Long Fei a feeling that she couldn't describe it, as if it was some kind of ice-cold killing intent. Very strange. Lan Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He was extremely impressed with Long Fei's plan. No one had ever seen the black prison god grass before. Now, the spirit grass in his hands was a black prison god grass. No one could refute him. Lan Yuan said, "Giving up Lan Hu for this spirit grass, Lan Bao's life, can also be used by the Yans to kill many disciples of the Lan clan. As long as Lan Mei uses this spirit grass's dredge the channels and gives her some time to cultivate, I believe that no one will be able to stop the rise of the Lan clan. What does a first-rate family count for? Lan clan wants the peak." The ancestor of the Lan clan was once the Holy General, so Lan Mei can definitely become the Holy General as well, and move the Lan clan. He was talking about hot-blooded indignation. The entire Lan clan was mobilized, as if their blood was boiling. He was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. In an instant, it showed a trend of one side going. At this moment, Even if he did it 10 times more every month, it would still be of no use because no one would stop a genius from rising up. Lan He's face turned the color of pig liver with incomparable gloominess. He said, I don't believe that a single spirit grass could change a piece of trash? Lan Yuan, do you think we are 3-year-old children? Is it that easy to deceive? A mere spirit grass can change a trash's physique? After so many years of blockage in your veins, can you solve it with just a spirit grass? If possible, then let Lan Mei consume it on the spot. Lan He was extremely unconvinced in his heart. Last time, he lost in a fight to the death, but this time, he did not want to lose in a spirit grass. Lan Yuan said indifferently, Everyone knows about the effects of the black prison god grass. It is a divine herb that can clear meridians. There is no better spirit grass in the world. Lan He, are you hoping that Lan Mei can't use his dredge the channels? What are you thinking? Do you really hope that the Lan clan does not have a genius that they can support? The Yans has Yan Hao, the Qin family has Qin Jin. Can't our Lan clan have a genius? Immediately, many people started cursing. Lan He, can your attitude be a bit better? Can't you hope for a family? You're also Lan Mei's uncle. Lan Yuan was secretly happy that he saw this situation. The situation was already tilting towards his side. Lan Mei's position was no longer a problem. All right. Everyone, let's begin voting. At this time, an elder faintly said, Vote for Lan Mei. No matter how many months we give you, Lan clan's hope will not be enough to buy your Lan clan's glory. You're right. Vote for Lan Mei. Wait until her talent erupts. Who can block our Lan clan? A one-sided trend. Lan He was unwilling to accept this. He could not lose again. If he were to lose to the Lan clan, there would be no place for him. He looked at the black hell spirit grass in Lan Yuan's hands. Suddenly, Lan He suddenly moved. Shua! He charged straight at Lan Yuan. Lan Yuan had also been prepared for a long time. The aura on his body moved, and before Lan He could attack, he launched a palm strike with all his might. Their goal was to kill. If he could get rid of Lan He would only be kicking a stumbling block for Lan Mei. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Lan He continuously retreated with explosive speed, the blood and chi beneath his chest tumbling, but it wasn't a serious injury. On the contrary, Lan Yuan spat out black blood. Fresh blood sprayed onto the black hell spirit grass in his hands. The light from the black hell spirit grass slowly faded. It transformed into a normal spirit grass. Lan Yuan's gaze tensed up, and he used more strength. His true soul surged. The Black Hell King once again released a bit of spiritual light, but he had long been severely injured, and this time around, his injuries were even more severe. His true spirit was in a mess, and he was no longer able to support the glow of his true spirit on the fake Black Hell spirit grass. Ha ha ha! I knew it! That's not a Black Hell spirit grass. Black Prison Valley is so dangerous, how can you take it? Lan Yuan, you used the Black Hell spirit grass to trick the entire Lan mansion. That trash of yours, she's been trash her entire life, yet you want to lie to us? Ha ha ha! Lan He was wild with excitement. The entire Lan clan was stunned once again. Crap! Something is going to happen. Long Fei tensed up and immediately said, Prepare the cannons! The Black Panther in Tandapeo's hand moved and became excited as he asked, Are you going to fight? Lan Yuan's face was in pain. His body couldn't stop trembling as he said, This is indeed fake, but everyone please believe that Lan Mei, she will definitely be able to use her dredge the channels, she must. Lan He interrupted him and said, Still trying to trick him? Lan Yuan, how many times are you trying to lie to us? Everyone, don't believe him. Lan Mei is a piece of trash. He will be a piece of trash for the rest of his life. She can't become the patriarch. Everyone tilted their heads and spat at Lan Yuan. Despicable. Sinister. To think I trusted you so much. Everyone chooses Lan He. Lan He looked at Lan Yuan with a face full of pride. I've won, this time I've won, ha ha. At this moment, a young man stood at the entrance of the courtyard. He was dressed in extravagant clothing, and there was a qilin embroidered on his chest. The man let out a faint sound, and his aura instantly crushed the entire conference hall. You all must choose Lan Mei, otherwise die. The Table of Contents. Table of Contents, an understatement. A rebellious and untamed youth beside Lan He retorted, Who the hell is so crazy? Do you know what this is about? The sound gradually became smaller, until it sounded as thin as a mosquito. His face was pale, and his voice was as if it was stuck in his throat, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Kirin Clan. Kirin Clan's genius, East Imperial City's #1 genius, Lien Wenchao. The #1 young master of the first-rate family, Lien family. I heard that even the dean has to be respectful to the students of the Genius Academy of Donghuang College. The magical Kylan blood S are holy vein S after all. Why would he appear here? After half a minute of silence, all sorts of discussions broke out. Long Fei could not help but look. Magical Kylan blood? Is it very strong? Tan De Peo muttered. Didn't you hear it? Holy vein, that must be very powerful. Just look at how cocky he is acting right now. With a single sentence, he can crush the entire Lan clan. It seems like this kid's background is not small. However, I don't like this kid. Lan Yuan trembled slightly as he looked towards his daughter, Lan Mei. Lan Mei's face was calm, without any ripples. Lien Wenchao slowly walked over and saw the contempt in the eyes of the people of Lan clan. He walked to Lan Mei's side and said, Lan Mei, don't worry. A simple sentence. As she spoke, she even hugged Lan Mei's waist. Lan Mei did not resist. Lan Yuan's gaze tensed up. Tan De Peo was not in a good mood, he shouted. Brat, who the hell are you? Do you know whose woman Lan Mei is? Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei immediately pulled Tan De Peo back. Tan De Peo's face was filled with displeasure. Brother Fei, what does he want with you? Long Fei glared at him. Shut up. Green? Where did his woman get the green? Then again, Lien Wenchao was the person that Lan Mei had called over. At this time, he did not have to worry about anything much. He had to get Lan Mei to stand up for him first, since that was the key. Furthermore, Long Fei did not expect this. He was very surprised. For Lan Mei to invite Lien Wenchao here, it could be seen that she wasn't as weak as she looked. Lan He braced himself and walked forward and said, Young Master Wenchao, the Lan clan's elections are after all a matter for the Lan clan, so it's not appropriate for you to interfere in it like this, right? Who are you? Lien Wenchao casually asked. Lan He's eyes darkened and said, Lan clan Great Elder Lan He. I don't know him. As he spoke, he hugged Lan Mei's waist even tighter and laughed lightly. Aren't I already a member of Lan clan after marrying Lan Mei? Naturally, I can intervene in the matters of the Lan clan. Lan Mei, didn't you say that? Lien Wenchao looked at Lan Mei. Lan Yuan also looked at Lan Mei. Almost everyone was looking at Lan Mei. As long as Lan Mei nodded, it would mean one thing as long as she agreed to Lien Wenchao's proposal. One must know that this matter had already been mentioned several years ago, and was only rejected by Lan Mei in one go. There was simply no room for negotiation. And now, he had actually invited this young Master Qilin over. If she really agreed, then Lan He would have wasted his time. At this moment, Lan Yuan warned him and said, Lan Mei, don't speak carelessly. Father does not wish for you to do things that you do not like to do. He was very clear in his heart that Lan Mei didn't like Lien Wenchao. Otherwise, he did not need to work so hard to find the black prison god grass to open up Lan Mei's veins. The combination of holy vein S was enough. It was more powerful than the usage of black prison god grass S. Lan He was anxious. Lan Mei, did you hear that? Your father told you to consider it carefully and not to spout nonsense. He was very worried. As long as Lan Mei nodded, the Lan clan would have nothing to do with him. Long Fei also looked at Lan Mei. It was unexpected. Lan Mei also glanced at Long Fei. Tandapeo stood beside Long Fei with a face full of anger, because he knew that Lan Mei had already betrothed Long Fei to him and was now his brother Fei's woman. But now, if not for Long Fei stopping him, Tandapeo would have lost control of his personality a long time ago. When Lan Mei and his gaze met, the next second, he gently nodded and said, "Amen, huh? Ha ha ha." Lien Wenchao laughed complacently and said, "This is a joyous occasion, tell your family members loudly, you will become my Lien Wenchao's woman." Lan Yuan said. Lan Mei, don't. Lan Mei's eyes were very calm, without a single ripple, and said indifferently, "I will marry Lien Wenchao." Ha ha ha. Lien Wenchao laughed and said, "Did you all hear that? Hurry up, vote for Lan Mei. If I find out that anyone didn't vote for her, I won't forgive them." Lien Wenchao swept his gaze across. Lan He sat on the ground, his eyes lifeless. The surrounding people rushed to the election box and quickly voted. Just as Lien Wenchao had said, all of them were to vote for Lan Mei. 10 minutes later, Lan Mei passed the election by full vote and became the new patriarch of the Lan clan. He was slightly surprised. Lan Mei walked forward, her eyes somewhat cold, and said indifferently, "Thank you everyone for your support. From today onwards, I am the master of the Lan clan, and my words are orders." He instantly turned into a female tyrant. There was no sound from below the stage. Lan Mei was just a person with no cultivation, no one would be afraid of him. The person they were afraid of was Lien Wenchao, the Lien family behind him. A first-rate clan in the East Imperial City was not something a third-rate clan like the Lan clan could compare to. Lan Mei said coldly, "Lan He, it's useless for you to defend. You let the Yan slaughter you, and caused huge losses for the Lan clan. Is there anyone who is unconvinced?" As soon as he finished, Lien Wenchao coldly snorted and said, "Is there anyone who is unconvinced? If you are not convinced, then stand up. We are all reasonable people." A youth beside Lan He walked out and shouted, "I." Not waiting for him to finish, Lien Wenchao's figure moved. Roar. The figure of a Qilin suddenly flashed and instantly pounced towards the Lan clan youth. Crack! The Lan clan youth did not resist at all, and directly spat out blood and died. Magical Qilin blood-s were incomparably strong. The entire audience was stunned silent. Everyone was silent. Long Fei became tense. What a powerful blood vein, is this the universal realm's holy vein? Tandapeo was also startled, and thought, "Damn, luckily I didn't jump too much just now, otherwise I might already be dead." Lan Mei said indifferently, "Burying the dead will restore Lan clan's circulation. In addition, strengthen the protection of Lan clan's industry. You can't let the Yans have the opportunity to do so." "Yes, sir." The people of Lan clan quickly retreated. Lien Wenchao looked at Lan Mei and said, "I've done everything you wanted me to do. What about the things you've promised me?" Lan Mei's expression tightened and said, "After I finish taking care of the matters in Lan clan, I'll return to fulfill my promise." Ha ha ha. "All right. Then you're my Lien Wenchao's 9th wife, ha ha ha. I'll be waiting for you." Lien Wenchao left in large strides, his face full of satisfaction. Before he left, he intentionally gave Long Fei a cold look and sneered, "Tch." Chapter 2750 Stealing Women? I have never lost. Chapter 2750 Stealing Women? I have never lost. What kind of expression is that? Fuck, what are you so proud of? After Lien Wenchao left, Tandapeo scolded with an unhappy face. However, Long Fei was very calm. At least, he could only offer his help to Lan Mei, but he could not be like Lien Wenchao who could easily crush someone, causing the entire Lan clan to not have the slightest bit of temper. What was strength? This was strength. Standing forward, there was no need to say anything. There was no need for them to do anything at all. Everyone was in awe of the other party, as though they were looking at a god. However, Long Fei couldn't help but look at Lan Mei. Both of his eyes were exceptionally calm and his expression was ice-cold, just like the day before, when he was a completely different person. Lan Yuan endured the pain and asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't choose him? I don't want you to do anything you don't like to do." Lan Yuan felt very uncomfortable in his heart. If not for Lien Wenchao's appearance, he probably would not have been able to wrap this up. Lan He prepared everything, including the martial arts duel. Lan Mei said softly, "Father, I made my choice. I know what I'm doing." Tan De Peo was a little unhappy. "You know about it? I don't think you know. Uncle clearly betrothed you to Brother Fei. What are you called now? How did he give Brother Fei green before getting married? What do you think Brother Fei is?" "Shut up!" Long Fei berated. Tan De Peo said, "Brother Fei, I'm not wrong, Uncle clearly took." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Lan Mei said coldly, "The two of you are not people from the Lan clan." Tan De Peo was startled. Long Fei laughed bitterly. Lan Yuan said, "Lan Mei, do not be unreasonable." Long Fei said, "Uncle Lan, we don't have anything to do. Cannon. Let's go." Long Fei turned and walked out. Lan Yuan shouted anxiously, "Brat, don't go. I still have something to say." Long Fei did not stop. He hadn't thought about what would happen between him and Lan Mei in the first place, and the reason why he agreed to Lan Yuan's request was because he didn't want him to have any regrets when he died. Now that the matter was over, there was no need for him to stay here. However, the only thing that Long Fei was worried about now was the mission being triggered. Then there was task reward, the Scythe of Death. With a sigh in his heart, he prepared to leave the courtyard. But right at this moment, plop! Lan Yuan suddenly fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, reaching the point where he was burnt out. Lan Mei's expression tensed up and suddenly shouted out, "Father!" Long Fei suddenly turned, seeing that Lan Yuan had fainted. He anxiously ran back. "Cannon, help!" The two of them carefully brought Lan Yuan back to his room. He fed Lan Yuan a few spirit pellets, recovered his consciousness, and slowly woke up. Looking at Lan Mei, he revealed a smile and said, "I don't have much time left." Lan Mei firmly held onto Lan Yuan's hand, tears flowing uncontrollably. She shook her head and said, I won't, Daddy won't die." Lan Yuan gently caressed Lan Mei's head and said, "Silly child, people will eventually die. I was just here a little early. Your mother has been waiting for me for a long time. It's time for me to go look for her. But you, Dad hasn't taken good care of you all these years." He blamed himself. With regards to the matter of Lan Mei's blockages in his veins, he really blamed himself. As a father who did not help his daughter, Lan Yuan's heart was in pain. Training was something that would last a lifetime. Being unable to cultivate was more painful than anything else. Although Lan Mei didn't say it on the surface, in his heart, he was filled with an incomparable desire to cultivate, an incomparable desire to be like a normal person. Lan Mei kept shaking his head. Lan Yuan asked with some difficulty, "Father is asking you, do you like Lien Wenchao or not?" Lan Mei was slightly taken aback. Lien Wenchao was extremely famous in the East Imperial City. Other than his holy vein and his super talent, he was also extremely famous for his hedonistic and evil deed. 8 wives in their early 20s. Every one of them was despicable. In addition, Lien family was also a tyrant in the East Imperial City. After marrying into the Lien family, without any cultivation, Lan Mei would definitely not be treated well, and his days would not be easy. Lan Mei shook her head and said, "My daughter doesn't like him at all." Lan Yuan muttered, "All right. Kid, you two go out first. I have something to tell you. Long Fei immediately pulled Tan DePeo out of the room. Tan DePeo said, Brother Fei, so she doesn't even like that Lien Wenchao. In that case, you haven't been infected by her. You're the one who got the green. Long Fei unhappily said. He was not stupid. He had already seen through it. Lan Mei did it for his father's sake, and also to pacify the internal conflict within the Lan clan. Tan DePeo said, Brother Fei, that Qilin youth is not simple. Did you see it at the beginning? The young disciple by Lan He's side might have already reached general level and had his heart crushed like a phantom by a Qilin. He is too powerful. Indeed. Lien Wenchao is very powerful. He did not even use any power to kill a general-level warrior. If it was Long Fei himself, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Become stronger. Long Fei secretly clenched his fist. If he was strong enough, Lan Mei would not have to sacrifice himself. However, to become strong wasn't something that could be changed easily. It required time. How many days had he come to Universal Realm? 10 billion experience was used up. He needed more than 60 million experience to level up now. He needed too much time. Not long later, Lan Mei walked out of the room with reddened eyes and said while looking at Long Fei, Daddy called you in. Oh! Long Fei responded as he entered the room and walked to the bedside. Uncle, you don't have to say anything. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect Lan Mei. Good, good, good. Lan Yuan said, I wasn't wrong about you. However, kid, the fastest way to obtain a woman's heart is to enter her body. Lan Yuan looked at Long Fei. He was still very worried. Because, earlier, when Lan Mei said it, she did not have any feelings for Long Fei. Long Fei was startled, and looked at Lan Yuan a little confused. Lan Yuan said, Foolish brat, when dealing with women, you have to use hard methods, do you understand? Sometimes you can't be soft, but you have to force your way in. Long Fei, Uncle, are you teaching me how to deal with your daughter? Is there a father like you? Lan Yuan said, I'm worried that you won't be able to win against the others. He really is a good father to the Universal Realm. She actually helped an outsider deal with her daughter. Lan Yuan said, My daughter likes blue flowers, likes to eat. He practically told her all of Lan Mei's habits and habit. He was truly worried. They were worried that Long Fei wouldn't be able to win against the others. Long Fei, is that really okay with you? Lan Yuan said, Did you remember that? Long Fei said, I will remember. He mumbled, Struggle for women? I, Long Fei, have never lost to anyone. Finally, Lan Yuan exhaled a long breath and said, Kid, there's one more thing. Can you help me? Chapter 2751. This woman, I must help. Chapter 2751. This woman I must help. Speak. Long Fei asked. Lan Yuan said, I entrust Lan Mei to you. I hope that you can help Lan Mei find the black prison godgrass, and help her dredge the channels. Her life's only hope is to cultivate. If Lan Yuan did not say it, Long Fei could already guess it. If he didn't say it, Long Fei would do the same. Because of the task reward. Long Fei could not reject. Long Fei nodded. Don't worry, I will. Thank you. Lan Yuan said in a heavy voice. I believe in you. Lan Mei does not have much time left either. The ancestor of the Lan clan was once a disciple of a powerhouse who possessed an incomparably powerful blood vein. However, ever since we came to the Universal Realm and entered the reincarnation cycle, the blood vein was subjected to some sort of suppression and was unable to awaken. No matter how hard the people of the Lan clan tried, they were unable to completely awaken the blood vein's powers. But Lan Mei is different. The blood vein's power in her body can be said to be unparalleled in strength. It could very possibly be the ancestral reincarnation of her ancestors. If the blood vein were to awaken, it could possibly receive a certain type of power. It's also because of this reason that if she is unable to use her dredge the channels before the age of 20, the blood veins power in her body will counterattack and she will die. There's less than 2 years until she turns 20. I know it's very difficult, but I want to say, I beg you, you must save her. While they were talking, Lan Yuan immediately knelt down on the bed and heavily kowtowed to Long Fei. Long Fei's heart sank as he hurriedly supported her. Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely do my best. He didn't know why. Long Fei suddenly thought of his father. Are parents willing to take on anything for their children, to do anything? Was it also because of her father that he was imprisoned in the dark and gloomy Dragon Abyss dungeon, tormented day and night by the dragon lock chain? Long Fei's heart was very heavy. Long Fei supported Lan Yuan and laid him down on the bed once more, then slowly walked out of the room. He looked at Lan Mei. Lan Mei's eyes were red and swollen. He glanced at Long Fei and quickly entered the room. Tan de Peo asked, "What did Uncle say?" Long Fei shook his head. A few minutes later, "Well, Father!" A heart-wrenching cry resounded above Lan Clan. Lan Yuan calmly left this world. Lan Clan was covered in white cloth. For a moment, the news of Lan Yuan's death spread among the East Imperial City's 3-class families. There were also many people who came to offer their condolences. These people were also because of the relationship between Lan Mei and Lien Wenchao. 3 days later. The funeral. Somewhere. Lan He, you are so vicious. After all, this was once the property of your Lan clan. Yen Laoban calmly said, but his expression was one of excitement. Lan He's eyes were cold as he said, Lan clan is heartless to me, so don't blame me for being unjust. After being expelled from Lan clan, Lan He did not go anywhere else and directly went to the Yans. Psyker level 9. His strength was extraordinary. Furthermore, with his previous status, there was no reason for Yans to reject him. The most important thing was that Lan He was very clear about the properties of the Lan clan, and knew what was the fatal part of the Lan clan. For example, in front of him was the Orchid Tomb Pavilion. It was one of the most important businesses in the Lan clan and was also one of its economic backbone. Once the Orchid Tomb Pavilion was destroyed, the Lan clan would definitely receive heavy injuries. This injustice of yours might drag down my Yans. After all, Lan Mei and my Lien family are connected to each other. Lan He laughed. Don't worry, I have already investigated everything. As long as we do not injure Lan Mei, even if Lan clan dies, Lien Wenchao will not intervene. Also, Lien Wenchao would really wish to see the Lan clan fall, so that Lan Mei had no other choice but to beg for his help. One must know that the date between Lan Mei and him was 3 months, and for a great beauty like Lan Mei, Lien Wenchao can't wait for even 3 months. Lan He had investigated everything clearly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recklessly gone to the Lanling Pavilion. Old Flame 8 looked at Lan He in shock and said, I really didn't think that you would be so meticulous when doing things. So it's like that. Then what are we waiting for? Brothers, attack. Smash the Orchid Tomb Pavilion into pieces and take away all the precious spirit grass. Immediately, a large group of Yan's disciples rushed into the Orchid Tomb Pavilion like bandits. There were not many guards on the great day of the funeral itself. The Yan's were all elite disciples, and in an instant, the Orchid Tomb Pavilion was turned over, beaten, smashed, and robbed. Not just the Orchid Tomb Pavilion. There were also a few marked areas that were the economic centers of the Lan clan. They were all smashed into smithereens. No family can do without financial support. Had destroyed Lan clan's economic support point, Lan clan would not be able to hold on for long. Lan Mei's current position had already suffered such heavy injuries. Lan clan would definitely be in chaos. Lan He looked at the Orchid Tomb Pavilion that had been smashed into smithereens, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. You want to expel me from the Lan clan? Humph. You little girl, I want to see how you're going to fight me. Ha ha ha. Lan Clan. Chief, something bad happened to the Orchid Tomb Pavilion. Lan Mei knelt in front of the coffin. The surrounding Lan Clan elders all had a change in expression. The Orchid Tomb Pavilion was the support of the Lan Clan. If it was smashed, the Lan Clan would inevitably be in danger. Lan Mei remained expressionless, still kneeling in front of the coffin. Not long later, a few injured disciples ran in and said, Patriarch, Blue Cloud Pavilion was also smashed. Yanz's people did it. Blue Sea Pavilion was also smashed. Less than half a day had passed. Lan Clan's money-making industry had basically collapsed. The expressions of the elders tightened. What do we do now? All of Lan Clan's businesses have been destroyed. Yanz is too vicious, right? Isn't he afraid of the Lian family? Patriarch, go and invite young Master Wen Chao. That's right, when Lian family comes out, Yanz must compensate everything. Lan Mei did not speak. He looked at the pitch-black coffin and clenched his fist. Long Fei also frowned. Although Lan Mei did not say anything, he could feel just how burdensome the burden of the clan was. Once Lan Yuan died, there would be no one left in Lan Clan at the transmutation stage, and Yanz would no longer have anything to fear. As for Lian Wenchao, he should really want to see this kind of situation, right? He likes to be begged. It was wonderful to kneel down in front of him and beg him, especially when a beautiful woman was kneeling down in front of him. Time's up. A feng shui guy called out. Lan Mei stood up and said, The funeral. Arrest the coffin. Lan Mei walked in the front. The faces of the elders grew more and more anxious. But they couldn't say anything. The elders followed him out. Long Fei did not move. Tandapeo stood beside Long Fei and muttered, Brother Fei, Lan Clan is at the end of the road, what should we do? Long Fei said slightly, Women are still too merciful, Lan he should have killed her back then. We. Get out of the city. Tandapeo was startled and said, You're going out of the city again? Long Fei said, I must help this woman. Chapter 2752. This girl's temper is quite fiery. Chapter 2752. This girl's temper is quite fiery. Not for Lan Yuan, not for a mission, but for such a resolute Lan Mei, Long Fei also wanted to help her. However, how difficult is it to help a family in crisis? Financial resources? Material? Manpower? Amongst them all, Long Fei's current cultivation was only in the realm of the 9th level of warrior, a realm that wasn't strong, so it could be said that her abilities were extremely limited. To help Lan Mei carry the big flag of the Lan clan, it was too difficult. However, Long Fei had decided that if he wanted to help, he would do it. Watching the funeral procession leave, Long Fei left a message to a disciple of the Lan clan, and then left with Tandapeo. They did not leave the city immediately. The demon beast world outside the city was too dangerous. It would be difficult for even the two of them to protect themselves just with their strength alone, so he needed a team. Also, he needed something else too. Brother Fei, what are you doing here? Tandapeo looked at the martial skill pavilion in front of him with a puzzled expression. At this time, was cultivating a battle technique something that could be accomplished in a day or two? Every single martial skill required a large amount of time to accumulate. Long Fei said, You do not have any martial skills, you should pick some too. You do not have to worry about money. Long Fei reminded her. Tandapeo was a launcher, and there were even a few occupations that were very common to him. This kind of occupation also required martial skills. Tandapeo scratched his head. Brother Fei, you treat me too well. I won't be able to resist falling in love with you if you treat me like this. Long Fei immediately asked, What are you thinking about? Hurry up and enter. Long Fei stepped into the martial skill pavilion. 3-story building, martial skill pavilion, retro, magnificent, majestic. There was a small imprint carved under the door frame of the martial skill pavilion. It was a very ancient character, also known as Fu. Long Fei did not pay much attention to all of this. He came to the martial skill pavilion simply to purchase a few supporting skills. Rest assured, this secret skill can be said to be very difficult to find in the entire East Imperial City. A level 6 secret skill is especially suitable for beautiful girls like you. One move, as fast as a shadow, extremely intangible. I can assure you that it will be very elegant. A waitress tried her best to recommend a secret skill to a young girl. Hearing the waiter's words, the young lady looked to be in high spirits and said excitedly, "Really? Is it really as good as you say?" The waitress said, "How could I lie to you? Not only is it highly injurious, its movements are very natural. This cultivation technique is the treasure of our martial skill pavilion. If it weren't for the fact that you looked down on it, I wouldn't have taken it out." "Hee hee." The girl giggled and said, "You probably wouldn't dare to lie to me. How much is this cultivation technique of yours?" The waiter lowered his voice and said, "It's a bit expensive." The girl said without a care, "Just say it, I have plenty of money." The waiter said, 300,000 grand mist crystals. The surrounding area trembled slightly. Tandapeo said, "Holy shit, a cultivation technique costs 300,000? This is too expensive." Long Fei laughed. He looked at the secret technique in the servant's hands and could not help but say, "The #1 killing sword technique in this world that can destroy 90,000 wild universes. Is there such a technique in this world? What's in this woman's head?" Just by looking at the name, one could tell that this was a *T cultivation technique. Moreover, the waiter's words were extravagant, proving once again that this secret skill was trash. The more powerful the sales were and the more powerful the words were, the more it proved to be a trash. There were too many salesmen that Long Fei had met in his previous life. In his previous life, the level of the waiter was too low. "Give me a copy of alchemy technique, refining techniques, engraving formation, puppet technique, beast mastery." Long Fei recounted the events where he lost the auxiliary method. Any kind of auxiliary method could make a lot of money. One must know that a single plague pill could sell for tens of millions of grand mist crystals. With these auxiliary method, the great plan of getting rich would come. However, the waiter didn't care at all. This low-level auxiliary method cost 10 grand mist crystals per set. This sort of small business was simply not worth mentioning to this large business of 300,000 grand mist crystals. Thus, the waiter acted as if he had not seen Long Fei. Tandapeo was in a bad mood and said, "Damn, didn't you hear that my boss wants to buy something?" The waiter stared at Tandapeo and shouted, "Can't you see that I am receiving an important guest? Just wait for me to finish buying these low-leveled cultivation technique." And then, the waiter looked up at Long Fei and laughed disdainfully. "You? Buying so many auxiliary methods is also a waste. Do you know alchemy? Do you know what is refining? Tch. Someone like you wants to become an alchemist?" It was extremely disdainful. Then, she did not even glance at Long Fei. "How is it? 300,000 is a little too much, but this is a solo book. There's only this one in the heaven and the earth, and look at how domineering this secret world's name is. After cultivating, it will definitely increase your fighting strength." The waiter said. The young girl was moved and said, 300,000 grand mist crystals is not expensive. I just happen to be going out of the city to adventure. With this cultivation method, I'll be even more amazing. The waiter said, "That's right. With this cultivation technique, you can say that you have nothing to fear." "All right. I'll take it." The girl was going to pay. At this moment, Long Fei slightly raised his hand and said, "I'll bid 400,000. The waiter was immediately surprised. "Eh?" The young girl also looked at Long Fei. Long Fei's eyes lit up, staring straight at the equals, number equals, 1 equals, sword equals, in equals, the equals, world equals, book written by the waiter, its eyeballs almost popped out, unable to pull itself out. Such a good secret world? Oh my God, this secret world, 300,000 is too cheap, 400,000 will be sold to me, I will immediately pay for it. He had a hungry look on his face. I can't wait to hug secret world in my arms. The waiter was surprised. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as he thought to himself, I never thought that there would be so many idiots in this world. 400,000. This secret world is a Tier 1 sword technique, and it's only sold for 100 Grandmist crystals. If it's sold for 400,000. Ha ha. I'm rich, I'm rich. The waiter immediately changed into a cute and amiable expression as if he had seen his biological grandfather before, and said, Sir, you really know what's good for you. Long Fei acted like a popinjay and said, Of course, who is this young master? What secret world can escape my eyes? Are you selling it for 400,000 yuan? If you find it too little, it's 500,000. Wait. The girl immediately said, I saw it first. It should be first come first serve. The waiter revealed an awkward expression and said, That's right, this young lady arrived first. Look. 600,000. Long Fei shouted out again. The waiter immediately said, Naturally, the good stuff should be good for someone who knows what they're good at. This young master knows what they're good at with one look. I've made the decision to sell it to you for 600,000 yuan. Miss, I'm sorry. I had no choice. The highest price in the store has to be achieved. The young lady was flustered and exasperated. She stared at Long Fei and spoke angrily. Humph, I'll remember you. Don't let me see you again. He stomped his feet and walked out of the martial skill pavilion in a huff. Tan de Peo laughed sinisterly. This girl has a fiery temper. Chapter 2753 My Love, Where Are You? Chapter 2753 My Love, Where Are You? Young master, you really know what's good for you. This secret world should be owned by people like you. The waiter had a fawning smile on his face. He was overjoyed. 600,000 Grandmist crystals was an astronomical number to him. He wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Even with these Grandmist crystals, he might be able to break through or something like that. He would become a powerhouse, and with his beauty spread far and wide, he would be able to walk towards the peak of his life. Long Fei saw the girl walking far away and said faintly, There's no rush, take out the alchemy technique, refining techniques, engraving formation, beast mastery, puppet technique. Good. I will give these low-level chi methods to you directly. Master, once I see you, you're a super genius. You'll definitely be able to cultivate all these auxiliary methods. The waiter was flattering her. He could cultivate so many auxiliary methods at once? Even deities couldn't do it. Even if he cultivated it, it would be useless because if he couldn't even cultivate it, it would be a complete waste. Within a few seconds, the waiter had placed all these skills in front of Long Fei. And then, Long Fei asked, Do you all still have the launcher's techniques here? The waiter immediately replied, Yes, the martial techniques pavilion of our Fuzhou Merchant Union has all kinds of martial skills. Only you wouldn't think of it, we don't have any here. This is the launcher's soul-cracking curse, a peak rank 2 skill. This book is also for you. Long Fei picked up Secret World and threw it directly at Tan de Peo. Tan de Peo took the book and flipped through a few pages, his entire person becoming excited, his eyes staring straight, thinking to himself, As expected, it's different, completely different. No wonder, this universal realm is the universal realm, they are completely different worlds as launcher. His expression completely changed. It was completely different from his previous understanding of the launcher. Low and high planes were two completely different worlds. Cultivation base, cultivation realm, strength. In the lower planes, you are considered the peak powerhouse, but even in the higher planes, you are just a muggle. Because the laws of the higher planes are different, but the training system is different. After entering this place, if you follow the system of the lower planes, it will be hard for you to move an inch. Long Fei looked at the bundle of auxiliary method in front of him and asked softly, "Are you giving all of these to me?" The waitress said, "All of these are for you. These skills are not worth much, all for you." Long Fei said, "Isn't that right?" The waiter said, "There's nothing bad about it. Don't worry, I still have this bit of rights. Just keep it." He was secretly delighted in his heart. It's only a few coins? With 600,000 grand mist crystals, I might even instantly be promoted to an elder by the pavilion master, haha. Long Fei slightly said, "Since you insist on giving it to me, then I won't be polite." Everyone saw it. He insisted on giving it to me. I didn't steal it. Long Fei looked at the person inside the shop and said. The waiter's face was full of smiles as he said, "Don't worry about it, I will still be able to give you a martial skill like that. Oh right, this heaven and earth." Without waiting for the waiter to finish speaking, Long Fei lifted the bundle of auxiliary method on the table and carried it on his back before walking out of the martial skill pavilion in large strides. And so, gone. Tandapeo could not react at all, but he quickly followed her out, turning his head to look at the dumbstruck waiter. He muttered, "You want to take the cultivation technique for free? What's the situation? Holy sh*t. Brother Fei is awesome. Brother Fei is awesome." There was nothing to express the admiration in his heart. The waiter was stunned for half a minute as he held the equals, number equals, 1 equals, sword equals, in equals, the equals, world? Equals, cultivation technique. It seemed as if his brain had short-circuited. Yizichin looked outside the door. Half a minute later, the waiter shouted loudly, "Someone come quickly! Someone's trying to steal something. Quickly, quickly, quickly catch him." In an instant, a few warriors rushed out of the room, led by a small elder. "What is it?" The waiter immediately said, "Elder E, there's someone, just now, someone stole the secret world." A bystander said, "You said it yourself to give it to him." "Exactly. He asked you so many times already, you wanted to give it away yourself. How could that be called robbing?" "I'm completely dumbfounded, but I heard it very clearly and saw it very clearly." Elder E looked at the waiter. The waiter immediately knelt down. "Elder, I did not." A member of the crowd said, "Do you really think of people as fools? How can a simple low-level sword technique sell for 600,000 grand mist crystals? How is that possible?" Elder Yi's face sank. He stared at the waiter, anger in his eyes. "Speak, what happened?" The waiter had a bitter look on his face as he recounted what had happened in detail. Elder Yi's face was gloomy as he said, "You have been expelled." The waiter began to beg. The Elder Yi said, "The Fu Family Merchant Union, all trades are fair and honest, yet you did something that would harm the Fu Family Merchant Union for your own personal gain. What is the difference between this and deceiving? Get out of the martial skill pavilion now." The waiter's entire body was paralyzed on the ground. In the end, he was thrown out by the two big men. Many people in the store applauded Elder Yi's actions. Not long later, Elder Yi walked to the third floor. "What happened?" a woman asked indifferently. Elder Yi lowered his body and said, "Miss, other than a small matter, I have already settled it. A kid from the martial skill pavilion took a whole set of auxiliary method and a soul-splitting curse." The woman raised her gaze slightly. "A complete set?" Elder E stroked his body and said, "Right, it's impossible for a single person to cultivate an entire set of auxiliary method, they should be here for his friends, right?" The woman's eyes became cold again. She waved her hand and said, "All right, you may leave." "Yes, sir." Elder E left the pavilion. The woman gently wrote with her brush, one stroke at a time. She was extremely serious. Every line was like an injection of emotion, and his eyes were filled with longing. It took 2 minutes. Putting down her brush, the woman walked to the window and looked into the distance. On the table, 2 words were written on the white paper. Long Fei. The woman sighed softly. My love, where are you? Brother Fei, you're too awesome. Ha ha. You didn't spend a single cent, and got yourself so many secret world, I already don't know how to admire you anymore. Tan de Peo's face was full of worship. Long Fei cultivated all the auxiliary method as he walked. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully cultivating alchemy technique. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully cultivating refining techniques. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully cultivating engraving formation. With these auxiliary method, it's easy to get rich. Right now, all that's left are the spirit grasses, and then, if we can get our hands on the black prison godgrass. Long Fei's heart secretly tightened, and when he thought of Lan Mei, he immediately headed towards a huge building in the distance. Tan de Peo asked, Brother Fei, where are we going now? Long Fei grinned and said, Adventure Association. Chapter 2754 Iron Head Battle Team. Chapter 2754 Iron Head Battle Team. In the 2 days after Lan Yuan's death, Long Fei roughly understood the situation in the East Imperial City. The East Imperial City was like a huge empire. Although it was a city, its size was even bigger than an empire. The level of the city was distinct. This part of the family was especially distinct. The Lan clan belonged to the 3-class families, and was also one of the lowest-level families in the East Imperial City. Whether it was strength in military power or economic strength, they were all considered low-level existences. This kind of 3-class families could only be located at the bottom of East Imperial City, or at least at the foot of the mountain. The more powerful a clan was, the higher it was. Other than the first-rate families, there were also the Eastern Emperor aristocrat clan above them. The character of the aristocrats were definitely not ordinary, they were just like the Sky Dragon people in One Piece. Extremely powerful. He was the kind of unreachable existence in the East Imperial City. No matter how strong a first-rate family was, they couldn't compare to the nobles. Moreover, they couldn't become nobles either, because the nobles only relied on blood vein. A blood vein that had decided everything since birth. Apart from the nobles, there were also some special existences. For example, Donghuang College. It was the only martial arts institute in the East Imperial City, and was well studied in all aspects of literature and military affairs. It was also the sacred hall for the young warriors of East Imperial City. The place where one could soar to the sky in a single leap was also the place where the disciples of various families competed. The family rank was also related to the number of disciples attending school in Donghuang College. There was only one Lan clan in the Donghuang College. She was also the daughter of Blue Bamboo. Other than the Donghuang College, there were also many other trade unions. Alchemy Union, Artifact Forging Association. There was also the Adventure Association, which specialized in accepting missions, going out of the city to hunt, and the character of the bodyguards. The level of the quest was the same as well. Only a high-level task could be accepted by a high-level team. A low-level team could only accept some low-level missions in order to accumulate points and raise the team's level. One of the benefits of the Adventure Association was that they didn't need any money to leave the city. Adventurous techniques had a special way out of the city, and any adventurer team was allowed to leave the city for free. Long Fei did not want to deal with Elder Swordsman anymore. The aura on Elder Swordsman's body was like a bunch of thorns. Long Fei always had an extremely dangerous feeling at his side. Moreover, he also didn't want Lan Mei to know where he was either. Collector, there is still one more collector missing. 10 grand mist crystals per day, Daycoil. There will be additional rewards if we are able to collect 3rd grade spirit grass. A minor. A minor. Begging for strong warriors, don't come under the general level. We are just 2 away from forming a team, begging for help. I'm begging you, sis. The large crowd in front of the Adventure Association was exactly the same as in the game. The only difference was that this was a real person, a virtual character in the game. So, who dares to provoke you? I'm so unhappy. Which blind person is it? Amongst the crowd, a few well-dressed youths surrounded a tight-uniformed young girl. The girl looked unhappy as she said, "Don't let me see that brat, or else I'll definitely teach him a lesson." So, who is it? That's right. Tell me, I'll avenge you. What happened? Suddenly, the girl looked up into the distance with a glimmer in her eyes. This is what you came to deliver to your doorstep. While they were talking, the girl pointed at Long Fei, who was not far away, and said, "All of you want to avenge me?" The youths nodded and said, "We are all classmates. Someone is bullying you, so we must get back at them. Otherwise, won't we be looked down upon by others?" "You're right." The girl pointed in the distance and said, "It's those 2 brats." A youth raised his sleeves and said, daring to bully a member of our Iron Head battle team. Today, if I don't spend him, my surname won't be Zhu." Immediately, the 4 youths walked toward Long Fei in large strides. The girl looked at the man leaning against the wall, holding a sword with both hands and covering half his face with his hair. He gave off an ice-cold aura as she said, "Brotherling, don't you want to help me get back my face?" The man said coldly, "That person only has 9th level of warrior, Zhu Tian, and the rest are enough." Then, the man coldly closed his eyes again, not saying a word. The young girl pouted and chased after him with large strides. "Brother Fei, there are too many teams here. Which one are we going to enter?" Tan de Peo asked. Long Fei said, "It's not that we want to go there, it's just that we want to see if that team can take us in." There were several times when Long Fei requested to join the party, but he was always rejected. The reason was simple. No muggle. Long Fei and Tan de Peo's cultivation were too low, no one took a fancy to them, bringing along their burden. Teams focused on strength. Unless it was related to iron, who else would bring a low-level martial artist? "Please form a team. I know everything," Long Fei shouted. At this moment, the 4 youths blocked his way. Long Fei was startled and said, "Brother, do you need a person?" The leading Zhu Tian immediately used his hand to push against Long Fei's chest. "Brat, I heard that you're very arrogant?" Long Fei was pushed back several steps. Tan de Peo immediately stepped forward and shouted, "What do you mean? Looking for trouble, right?" "You're right. We are easy to find trouble with." A youth raised his head high, looking extremely arrogant. Zhu Tian said, "Bullying my Iron Head battle team, do you think our Iron Head battle team can be so easily bullied?" Long Fei said slightly, "Is there some kind of misunderstanding? We don't seem to know each other." At this time, the young girl walked up and said with an evil smile, "You don't know me, but I do. I said that I would remember you too, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon. You bullied me in the martial skill building, and now you're in my territory. Boy, today I will make you suffer." My daughter is extremely depressed when she thinks of how Long Fei snatched away her beloved secret art. Long Fei looked at the girl blankly and said, "So it's you." The girl said, "Do you recognize him now?" Long Fei said, "I did, but you should thank me." Zhu Tian and the others looked at the girl. The girl's eyes were full of anger. "Thank you? Do you think I'm brain-dead? You think I have anything to thank you for stealing my secret skill?" Long Fei smiled slightly. "Your brain is indeed filled with water." "Huh! Kid, why are you being so arrogant?" The 4 of them surrounded Long Fei and the other 2. Long Fei did not panic as he said indifferently, You want her to tell you the name of the secret world I robbed? The young girl said, Don't think that I have forgotten. I remember the name of this secret world very clearly. The four youths were stunned. Zhu Tian muttered, Sesame, what's the name of this secret world? The young girl said, The 90,000 wild universe s moving unhindered to kill the number one sword in the world. Is it not very domineering? It's quite a powerful sword technique. After I finish cultivating it, not waiting for her to finish, the four youths could not help but say, Ha ha. Ha ha. He burst out laughing. Long Fei said indifferently, If your brain is still in water, then go by it, this sword skill is still there. The girl was flustered and exasperated as she said, Humph, are you still trying to make fun of me? I want you to look good. With a sudden movement, the young girl attacked. Chapter 2755 Lung Feng. Chapter 2755 Lung Feng. It was infuriating that his cultivation technique had been stolen. Now, everyone was laughing at him, making him even angrier. The girl was an impatient person, how could she bear it? It attacked Long Fei in one move. Very quickly, but Tandapeo had been on guard this entire time, and was already on alert when Zhu Tian and the other three were surrounding him. Seeing the girl suddenly move, although his cultivation was not high, he reacted quickly. He swung the Black Panther machine gun in his hand. He pointed at the girl and coldly said, Try it. Rumble. 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 Black Panther's body buzzed. The energy in its body circulated, and as long as Tandapeo pulled the trigger, it could immediately turn the girl into a sieve. Long Fei was secretly surprised. Who would have thought that Tandapeo had actually improved a lot in just a few days? This reaction 6 is not good. The most important thing for launcher was their agility. Tandapeo did it. A born launcher. The girl's eyes turned cold. She was not afraid even if someone tried to take her by the arm. Shoot and try if you dare. Tandapeo did not want to be outdone, so he said, Try touching Brother Fei and see if I can shoot. Long Fei did not speak. Tandapeo was normally beeping non-stop, but he knew his limits. Zhu Tian also frowned slightly and said, Sesame, I think we should forget about it. Honestly speaking, he did indeed help you. The sky-high and subterranean thing you spoke about was actually a level 1 sword skill. You were tricked by that waiter, and if not for him, you would have become a big shot. Humph. The young lady put her hands on her waist, her chest shook for a moment, and then she angrily asked, Zhu Tian, who are you on the other side with? Why are you speaking to an outsider? It's clearly those two who are bullying me. It's one thing if you don't help me, but you're still speaking up for others? Zhu Tian felt his hair go numb. So, we have to be reasonable. Did you forget the oath we made when we were the Steelhead battle team? We need to get rid of evil and peace, eliminate all monsters and ghosts in the world, and become the number 1 team in the world. He clearly helped you. Yeah. So, we can't not be reasonable, right? A few of the teenagers also spoke up. They were all 17 or 18 years old. From the looks of it, they were not very deep in the world, and still had a little bit of childishness about them. Zhu Tian said to Long Fei, Brother, I'm sorry. You may leave. Long Fei smiled faintly and was about to leave. At this moment, the young girl's gaze turned cold, but she was still unconvinced in her heart. She shouted, Wait. Zhu Tian said, Young miss, what are you trying to do now? Can we do something meaningful? Long Fei stopped. The girl said, I'm just doing something meaningful. Walking to the opposite of Long Fei, he said, Didn't you two ask for a team to form and leave the city? It just so happens that our team needs people. I approve, I agree, and you can temporarily join the Iron Head battle team. Zhu Tian was startled. The others were also stunned. Tandapeo immediately said, Thank you, no. This was obviously meant to take them out of the city and use them as a stumbling block against them. He could even figure it out with his toes. Long Fei looked at them and thought for a moment. Then he said, "All right." Tandapeo immediately pulled Long Fei back and said, "Brother Fei, it's obvious that she has ill intentions. Long Fei said, "Let's not worry about it first, we'll talk after we leave the city." The girl immediately laughed complacently. "Fine, it's a promise. Zhu Tian, go. Everyone is here, let's go out of the city." Looking at Long Fei, he said, "Brother, I am not looking down on you. Your cultivation level is really too low for me, to be honest with you too. The mission we are accepting this time is a C-rank hunting mission. You two are really not suitable for this mission." Without waiting for Long Fei to speak, the girl directly said, "How is it not suitable? Aren't we going to bring a lot of things with us when we leave the city? The two of them just so happen to be able to help us get our stuff, so it's very suitable." Then it's settled. While they were talking, he directly took out many things and piled them in front of Long Fei, and said, "Pick all of them up." Zhu Tian was speechless. Long Fei took the opportunity to pick up the thing on the ground and said, "We will take good care of ourselves." The girl immediately said, "If you hear it, they will take good care of themselves. They aren't worried at all. What are you worried about? It's easy to get a C-grade mission with our fighting strength. They're just helping us carry the bags, we're just short of 2 underlings." The young girl said smugly. Tandapeo was unhappy, but he held her down. Zhu Tian said slightly, "Brother, then you two will be in charge of the logistics. Remember, you two must be at our rear." Long Fei nodded. "Understood." Zhu Tian took out a few grandmist crystals from his money pouch and said, "Go and purchase some necessary food and water first. This time, we will need 7 days to leave the city. We'll gather at the city wall later." Long Fei took the money and was about to leave. However, the girl said, "Wait, what if you take the money and run away? I want to follow." A look of worry appeared on his face. Long Fei shrugged, "Whatever." The young lady immediately followed along, staring at Long Fei's back while baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She said fiercely in her heart, "With your cultivations, you will definitely be scared to death when you leave the city. At that time, let's see how I will ridicule you all. You dare to tease me like this, all of you, just wait and see." Tandapeo was confused and said, "Boss, why should we follow her? It would be better to just leave the city from the elder swordsman. He had a bad little tail on his ass." Moreover, Tandapeo liked women. He liked women who were mature to the point of being a Onizen, not girls who had boobs but also girls who didn't make a fuss. Long Fei did not explain. Actually, he was excited because of the C-level mission that Zhu Tian mentioned. The Adventure Association quests were divided into 5 categories: A, B, C, D, and E. There were also some special S-level quests. The Monsieur class was a hunting mission, and there were quite a few of them. He needed to level up. He needed it urgently. Maybe he could use their power to level up. After all, at the current stage of Long Fei's training, there was an advantage in leveling up a party. The C-level quests issued today were basically all in the direction of the ghost hole. In other words, it was possible that he would be very close to the Black Prison Valley. Lan Mei had to think of a way to solve the problem of Lan Mei's veins as soon as possible. According to Lan Yuan's words, Lan Mei only had a year and a half's time, however. Lan Yuan did not know that one of the explosions that Lan Mei had caused in the Black Prison Valley had turned her time into half a year. Half a year of his life. Long Fei had to get the Black Prison God grasped. Otherwise, if he died, his mission would fail. Half an hour later, on the city wall, Zhu Tian introduced the members to Long Fei. "You 3 have all met, Luo Xiaofan, Nailin Yu, Nailin Xia, and one more." Long Fei looked over. His hair covering his face, both hands holding onto his sword, the man who was so cold that he went a little too far slightly raised his head, and coldly said, "Lung Feng." The Table of Contents. The table of contents. F***CK. The moment the name was mentioned, Long Fei could not hold it in any longer. The name was too familiar. The main character of the werewolf, the man who could repay the Tang. Of course, there were many people with the same surname, and in this world, it was the same. However, this name was a bit special. Zhu Tian looked at Su So and said, "Her name is Su Su, and she is nicknamed Su South. Brother, what's your name?" Long Fei wanted to say something. Su Su had a cold and proud expression as he said, "Stop nagging, hurry up and leave the city." She couldn't wait. Looking at Long Fei with the corner of his eyes, Su Su said in his heart, "Humph, just you wait, I'll definitely show you what I can do." Long Fei laughed and said, "I am Long Fei, he is called Cannon." Zhu Tian said, "Okay, so everyone knows each other. You guys are weaker than me, so you guys are in charge of the logistics. If you encounter any danger, you can just hide in it yourself." Long Fei nodded. Not long later, the group of 7 passed through the Adventure Association's special exit and left the city. Of course, the fee to leave the city had to be paid, 100 grand mist crystals each. And they were all done by Zhu Tian himself. 700 grand mist crystals was not a small number, but Zhu Tian did not even blink. It was clear that these people were either rich or powerful, and whether it was their attire or the equipment they wore, they were all priceless. No wonder. With the strength of their team, they probably wouldn't be able to receive a sea-level hunting mission. Boss, Zhu Tian and the rest have left the city. Hee. The chance has come. They want to kill Strange Ghost and get their hands on its soul. They really don't know their place. Do they really think that their team's strength can receive a rank C mission? Why don't you take a look at your own strength? Looking at the back of Zhu Tian and the others, he said coldly, "Only you guys want to fight with me. There are instructors in the school, and outside East Imperial City, I want to see who can help you guys. Let's go. Send people to follow them. Keep your distance. Don't let anyone find out." Immediately, the group swiftly left the city. Outside of East Imperial City, to the west was the Ghost Hole region. There were many types of strange ghost and zombie demon beast in the ghastly cave, and at the same time, there were many types of darkness-attributed ores and spirit grass here, especially those that were extremely famous. The most famous is the Obsidian Stone. Obsidian Stone was an exceptionally popular weapon in the East Imperial City. It could increase the attack power of mystical weapons and could cause great damage for a long time. As long as we can hunt Strange Ghost and obtain 5 Strange Ghost souls, we will have the end-of-term assessment. At that time, we might even be able to become first. Su Su was excited. Zhu Tian's face was also filled with excitement, and he said, "That's for sure, the Strange Ghost are the demons of Peak Realm, and the Strange Ghost with the soul of a Strange Ghost are of a higher level. If we can kill a few of them, our Steelhead battle team will definitely shock everyone with one move." Naylin Yu said, "When we return, they would be waiting for us to be shocked." Ha ha ha! The 5 players were exceptionally excited, as if they had already completed a mission. Moreover, other than Ling Feng, who was at the back of the group, the 5 of them felt like they were touring from the outskirts of a city. They chatted and laughed all the way, without any nervousness or precautions. Long Fei's heart tensed up and asked, "Is this your first time leaving the city?" Su Su said with a face full of pride, "First time? Do you think we're like you? We've been out of the city many times." Zhu Tian also said, "Brother Long Fei, don't worry, we often go out of the city, we are very familiar with this place." Luo Xiaofan also laughed, "Just keep an eye on your supplies." Su Su said in a very disdainful manner, "Just look at him, he hasn't left the city at all, Muggle." Tan De Peo wanted to speak but was stopped by Long Fei. Long Fei was now very sure that this team was not called the Iron Head Battle Team, but the Iron Head Battle Team. They did not know what was considered dangerous at all. A bunch of newbies. Whoosh! Long Fei let out a light breath, the idea moved, and immediately summoned the ghost soldier out. The moment the phantom soldier was summoned, Long Fei was slightly shocked. Spirit weapon has also leveled up? It was originally a level 1 ghost soldier, but now it was level 5. You want to level up by yourself? Spirit soldiers leveled up along with them? Long Fei moved, go find the way. The ghost soldier moved its body and flew out like a ghost. At this moment, Ling Feng's eyes suddenly turned sinister as he stared at a certain spot, his eyes also looking at Long Fei from the corner of his eyes. And at this moment, Long Fei saw the other eye beneath Ling Feng's hair, which had a dark red eyeball, and thought to himself, has the strange ghost been discovered? Ling Feng retracted his gaze and regained his composure. Long Fei looked at Ling Feng's back and thought, this team should be sustained by him alone, right? Half a day later. Along the way, he did not discover anything, nor did he encounter any demon beast, nor did he encounter any other dangers. However, but Long Fei was busy all the way. I want to drink water. Who is that? Bring the water over here quickly. I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Quickly bring me my candied flakes. So slow. Can't you go faster? If I didn't bring the two of you out to see the world, you would still be in the city seeking to form a team. Go. Dig that rock out for me. I suspect there is obsidian underneath. Go pick that flower. Go and harvest that spirit grass. Along the way, Su Su didn't hear a word of the command. Long Fei and Tandapeo were also constantly busy as well. Long Fei was still all right as his heart was filled with fury. Moreover, he was also carrying a black stone on his shoulder. It was just an ordinary black stone, but Su Su insisted that there was obsidian inside, and let him carry it. Tandapeo wanted to go on a rampage several times, but they held it in. Gradually, they entered the depths of the ghost cave. Logically speaking, they should have been careful, but it was the same. Nothing had changed. Suddenly, a message came from the ghost soldier. Long Fei's gaze tensed up, just in time to remind everyone. Su Su said arrogantly, "Hey you, come over here for me." Long Fei did not move. This was because the message sent by the ghost soldier indicated that the demon beast was getting closer and closer to him. 300 meters, 200 meters. Su Su said, "Didn't you hear what I said? Are you deaf?" Suddenly, Long Fei raised his eyes and immediately said, "Right side." Su Su said angrily, "What right side?" Long Fei's gaze tightened and said, "There's a strange beast on the right, be careful." "Humph! With just you? You can sense strange beasts? What cultivation level are you at?" "9th level of warrior, what use can you have?" "You think I'll believe you?" Su Su said with a look of despise. She simply did not believe what Long Fei said. Long Fei lowered his voice and said, "Be quiet." "Quiet. I'm going to speak louder, what's the matter?" Su Su's voice rose as he placed his hands on his waist, his chest once again trembling. Long Fei smiled, big chest, no brain. At this moment, Ling Feng's gaze tensed up, be careful. However, too late. Chapter 2757 Upgrade Time. Chapter 2757 Upgrade Time. Boom. A head nearly 2 meters tall, with carrion all over its body and maggots growing on it, suddenly flew out from the forest. He directly pounced towards Su Su. Su Su's face paled in an instant, and his entire person became stupefied, trembling non-stop on the spot in a daze. "Su Su! Be careful!" Zhu Tian and the others were also panicking. They didn't know what to do, and could only stand there foolishly, shouting non-stop. The one with the fastest reaction was Ling Feng. The sword in his hand moved slightly, but there was still another person faster than Ling Feng. Long Fei. He was already prepared when the ghost soldier had sent the message. He could have done it long ago. However, he did not, in order to let the strange ghost scare Su Su. Right now, he was not attacking for the sake of saving others, but for the sake of experience points. Boom! The Supreme Dragon Knife's energy in Long Fei's hand moved, and the power of the 9th level of warrior erupted. Bam! The strange ghost was chopped down. A number floated above its head. 1032. The strange ghost landed at Su Su's feet. Su Su looked at Guei Shou, who was on the ground, and was even more terrified. She immediately jumped up. Seeing Long Fei approaching, she did not wait for him to do anything, and immediately jumped towards him like a toad, hugging his neck with both of her hands and both of her feet on Long Fei's waist. He held on tightly. Long Fei was not able to kill Guei Shou in one move. He wanted to slash a few more times, but suddenly Su Su pounced on him. He kept moving, he was caught off guard, he was immediately pushed down to the ground, and even so, Su Su kept on grabbing onto him. He held on tight. Long Fei was completely unable to struggle free. Bam! Ling Feng struck out with his sword, and a scarlet damage appeared above his head. 29,321. Long Fei was shocked. Damn, such high damage. Zhu Tian and the others also reacted. They also quickly surrounded him, using whatever techniques were powerful, directly smashing Guei Shou into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Guei Shou, for obtaining 1,0050 experience, 300 true spiritual value, and 0 universal value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Guei Shou's Fang. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Gale Fist. Do you wish to learn it? Several notifications sounded consecutively. Rub. Just one demon beast has over 10,000 experience points, and it even dropped 2 items. F***CK. The drop rate is really high. Long Fei was shocked. He never thought that Guei Shou would suddenly drop a skill book. The idea moved. Cultivate. It was also at this time. Long Fei patted Su Su's back and said, "Okay, now that I'm dead, can you get up?" "No. I don't want to." "You're lying to me." Su Su buried his head deep within Long Fei's neck, shaking his head, not daring to open his eyes. She was frightened. Zhu Tian said, "I'm really all right now. Hurry up and get up, don't embarrass yourself." Su Su raised his eyes slightly, seeing that Zhu Tian and the others were all gathered there. He finally loosened his grip. When he saw Long Fei, his face immediately flushed red, and before Long Fei could even react, he kicked over. Stinking hooligan. Luckily Long Fei had dodged quickly, otherwise this kick would have taken his life. Tandapeo said, "You are a hooligan, right? What do you want to do? You molested my boss, didn't you ask me?" Su Su's face flushed red as she said, If I had known it was him, I would have hugged Guei Shou even if I had been willing." "Humph." Ling Feng looked at Long Fei and said, "How did you know Guei Shou was here? The reaction of the 9th level of warrior is not as fast as yours." Long Fei said indifferently, "My sensing ability is not as low as the 9th level of warrior." Zhu Tian immediately asked, "Spiritual cultivator?" Everyone was startled and looked towards Long Fei. Tandapeo also looked at Long Fei with a face full of shock. Su Su muttered, "What is a celestial realm?" Nailanxia replied, "They are a type of people with extremely strong innate senses. Their senses range is much larger than ordinary people. Instructor once said that powerful spiritual masters can sense the fluctuations of the true spirits in the entire universal realm." Nailan Yu said, "Sesame, you're not even going to attend class?" Su Su scratched his head. "I'm probably asleep, I don't like hearing these kinds of words." "Spiritual cultivator?" Long Fei almost laughed out loud. If it wasn't for the spirit soldier's message, not to mention Guei Shou, he wouldn't have been able to feel it even if it was something weaker. Su Su looked at Long Fei disdainfully and said, "I don't believe that he is some kind of spirit cultivator. In my opinion, it is just that his luck is good, he was just lucky enough to get it right. She was extremely stubborn, and did not want to thank Long Fei at all. Moreover, thinking about how she pressed Long Fei to the ground just now, it was as if she was forcing Long Fei to do it. She wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Zhu Tian said, "Sesame, brother Long Fei just saved you. If not for him, I'm afraid that you would have already been pressed down by Gui Shou." Su Su did not buy it and said, "Humph, it's not like I'm begging him to save me. After all, Big Brother Ling will save me. I don't need him to save me." "Brother Ling, don't you think so?" Ling Feng once again held her sword with both hands, her expression cold, and did not reply. Long Fei waved his hand and said indifferently, "I am not saving her. He did it for experience, that's all." Su Su glared at him and said, "What? Did you lose out by saving me? Is it hard for you? Does it bother you?" "In my entire life, I have never pounced into the arms of a man. Are you at a disadvantage?" Long Fei carried the supplies on the ground and simply ignored them. Women are always the hardest animals to understand. Save her? No. It wasn't right not to save him. In short, it was a man's fault. Long Fei closed his ears, too lazy to continue listening to her retort. However, in this instant Long Fei's mind tightened. Sweeping his gaze across the place, he immediately made a gesture of silence. "Shoo!" Su Su shouted, "What? Are you trying to scare me again? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid right now. Let those Gui Shou come again. I look at me." Not waiting for her to finish, Long Fei pressed her down and covered her mouth with one hand. He glared and spoke with a low voice. "If you want to die, we don't want to die. Why don't you give it a try and see if I'll smash your butt to pieces?" It was very obvious that the reason why Gui Shou said he would attack Su Su was because of the voice just now. The first Gui Shou was killed. It let out an intense sound, as the surrounding Gui Shou quickly approached with a close proximity. TL. Su Su had been pressed down by Long Fei, and was breathing in the aura emitted from Long Fei's body. Looking at Long Fei's domineering gaze, she didn't know why, but her heart felt a little drunk. He looked at Long Fei in a daze. Everyone was also sprawled on the ground. Tandapeo asked in a low voice, "Brother Fei, what's the situation?" The ghost soldiers continued to send out information. Long Fei frowned. "I'm afraid we're surrounded." Zhu Tian and the others were obviously anxious, their bodies were trembling as they asked, Then what do we do now?" Long Fei's eyes darkened and said, "Don't be terrified, just do it. It's time to level up." Chapter 2758. Chapter 2758. To Long Fei, the difference between a soldier and a soldier of general level was only a matter of more than 30 million experience points. Moreover, once he stepped into the general level, Long Fei's own attributes would increase greatly. According to the nature of the system, there should at least be a reward, right? Immediately, Long Fei became spirited and said, "Just one word, go." Zhu Tian was startled. The others were also startled, and looked at Long Fei in a daze, as if they didn't know him at all. Su Su did not want to be outdone, so he put his hands on his hips and said fiercely, "Fine, fine, fine. Who's afraid of who?" "Humph," Zhu Tian said. Do you know how many Gui Shou are around?" Su Su shook his head. "I don't know." "If you don't know, just say so. There are at least several hundred Gui Shou around us, and the number of these Gui Shou will continue to increase." Su Su tilted her head, scratched her head and said, "Is that so? How come I didn't know?" "Nalan Xia and Nalan," you said loudly at the same time. "That's because you were sleeping during class." Zhu Tian looked at Long Fei and said, "Brother Long Fei, don't be rash. Instructor had said before that these Gui Shou are group demons, and will kill more and more of them. They are all corpses that have crawled up from the ground. Guaisho. To put it simply, it was a living corpse, a zombie. The area of the ghastly cave was filled with dense amounts of inchi. Anyone who died here, regardless of whether or not their corpse was here, would all become Guaisho. This place was also known as Hell. Kacha, 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 kacha. The sounds of radishes being pulled came out from afar as one by one, they drilled out from the ground towards Long Fei and the others. What was different from normal zombies was that these people, Guaisho, were extremely fast, their bodies releasing a dark ghost aura. The moment they got close to the surroundings, the temperature would plummet. Luo Xiaofan looked at his surroundings and said, "It's already starting to freeze. A large group of Guaisho should be rushing over. What should we do? Me, shall we go back to the city? It's safer in the city." Zhu Tian frowned. Su acted like he was fearless and said, "No, don't forget that we came here for the end-of-term exam. If we go back dejectedly, where would our face be? Isn't it just Guaisho? What's there to be afraid of? Besides, with Brother Ling here, his cultivation is at the spiritual master level. He will protect us." As they spoke, Su looked at Ling Feng with a face full of laughter. "Big Brother Ling, you will protect us, right?" Ling Feng's eyes darkened as he said coldly, "This isn't a single Guaisho, there are hundreds or thousands of them. Even if it's an expert of the transcendent wind realm, it's still useless." Immediately, Su immediately said, "Then let's retreat. Let's go back to the city quickly. We'll leave the city only after Guaisho returns to the underground world." And then Su stared at Long Fei and said, "It's all your fault. It's you who provoked this Guaisho and even killed him." Long Fei was speechless. Tandapeo looked at Long Fei and asked softly, "Brother Fei, what should we do?" Long Fei frowned and said faintly, "The two of us can't deal with that many Guaisho, so we'll leave with them first." He wanted to do it. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to farm like crazy. However, he had to recognize reality and there was basically no favorable terrain here. Otherwise, he could still give it a try. Zhu Tian shouted, "Then quickly retreat, quickly. Brother Long Fei, let's throw away the materials and follow us. Back to the city. Follow your original route back to the city." Just as everyone was preparing to retreat using the same route, Long Fei's mind suddenly jolted. Ling Feng's eyes were also cold. Guaisho is blocking the way out. Then what should we do? No, I don't want to take any more risks. I want to go home. Teacher is right, we can't leave the city. It's too dangerous outside. Everyone panicked. Ling Feng looked cold and detached, but cold sweat was seeping down his forehead, and there was nothing he could do about it. They were all children of aristocrats and had never experienced anything before. They didn't have any ideas when faced with such a dangerous situation. They could only stand there dumbstruck and didn't know what to do. Tandapeo also had a look of despise on his face as he said, "Aren't the people from Universal Realm too good?" Long Fei said, "No need to panic, since we have broken off our escape route, we must choose a new route. We will survive this, and then think of a way to return to the city." Zhu Tian immediately said, Right, Brother Long Fei is right, but where are we going?" Long Fei swept his gaze across the ghost soldiers and immediately said, "Don't panic, follow me, hurry up." He warned Tandapeo in a low voice, "Canon, follow me closely." Others didn't care, but the Canon was his brother, and the two of them flew into the universal realm together. Tandapeo's heart tightened, and he nodded heavily. Although they didn't come from the same plane, they all came from the lower planes. To people like them in the universal realm, they were existences of lower status. Long Fei treated him as a brother, and Tandapeo would risk his life for him. Boom! Boom! The frost is condensing faster and faster, they are already very close, what should we do? What should he do? Are we going to die? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A wave of Gui Shou-s surged over in a frenzy, as a cold and sinister cold wind whistled past, causing their backs to go cold as the surrounding leaves to creak from the freezing wind. The breath he let out was also white. The colder it was, the closer Gui Shou's group got. These noble young masters had never experienced such a dangerous situation before. All of them were so scared that their faces turned pale, their legs swayed, and they couldn't even walk. Long Fei was very anxious. If this went on for less than a minute, they would catch up. Immediately, Long Fei's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead. There is a cave ahead that can hide from Gui Shou. Everyone hurry up, it's right in front of us. Hearing that there was a shelter, Luo Xiaofan and the rest's expression changed, and they rushed out like madmen. Zhu Tian was slightly better as he ran to Long Fei's side and asked, "Is there really a cave in front of us?" Long Fei said, "Yes." Zhu Tian was also slightly shocked, and crazily chased after him. Tan De Peo asked, "Brother Fei, is there really a cave ahead?" Long Fei shook his head. "No." Ling Feng looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said slightly, "There is no cave in front of us, but there is a dangerous place. That is the only hope we have to survive." Ling Feng's eyes turned cold as he said coldly, "I hope you're right. Otherwise, with the background of their family, you'll die a horrible death in East Imperial City." He turned around and sped up his pace to catch up. Tan De Peo had an unhappy look. "Damn, who are you trying to scare? If you have the ability, don't follow me." Long Fei said, "Canon, you go too." Tan De Peo looked at Long Fei and asked, "What about you?" Long Fei smirked and said, "I have to lure the monsters." Chapter 2759 I Gave You Face, Didn't I? Chapter 2759 I Gave You Face, Didn't I? His escape route was cut off. It was exactly what Long Fei wanted. It was not easy to get this chance. Long Fei really didn't want to miss it. Moreover, right now, he had the conditions to go crazy with it. If it was him and Tan De Peo, who wanted to eliminate this large wave of Gui Shou, with their current cultivations, they wouldn't even have a dream. However, with Zhu Tian, Ling Feng and the others would be different. All of their cultivations were above him, and if he could use them, he would be able to hold up against Gui Shou. The premise was that these people were under his command. Long Fei wasn't worried about this, because he had become the backbone of Zhu Tian and the others' hearts. As long as he said it, they would definitely do as he said. This point could be seen from what happened just now. What Long Fei needed to do now was to lure these monsters into his trap. "Grandson! Grandfather is here! Come on! Come quickly! You bunch of trash, can you hurry up?" Long Fei immediately pulled back all of his hatred. These Gui Shou-s all looked like they were on stimulants. They rushed towards Long Fei like crazy. All of a sudden, sand and dust filled the sky. The forest turned white like frost. In the distance, an old Taoist man stood on top of a tree leaf, watching everything that was happening in the distance. He smiled and said, "Interesting. The Muggle of the warrior realm are not afraid of death? There are at least thousands of Gui Shou-s here. How is he going to deal with them? Senior brother, don't waste time, she is just a soldier-level lame duck. What is there to look at? Let's hurry up and go, the gathering of 10,000 ghosts is about to begin. If I miss it, I'll have to wait for next year." One of them looked like a young woman. She had 2 long, fiery red braids and a whip that looked like 2 fire serpents. Her expression was especially gloomy. The Taoist said slightly, "There's no need to rush. We have already arrived at the ghost hole, and we can't miss the 10,000 ghost group. I want to see how this brat will deal with these Gui Shou-s." Taoist stood there with his arms crossed. He looked like he was watching a show. The lady was unhappy and said angrily, "Isn't it just a lame duck? What's so good about it? Since you want to see, then I'll make them more restless." With his right hand, he took out a flute. His hot, red lips moved slightly as waves of demonic music spread out. Gui Shou, who was in the ground for a few kilometers, started to become restless. Boom! 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 Instantly, he crawled out from the ground and quickly pounced towards Long Fei. Moreover, these eyes of Gui Shou had all turned crimson red, as they all fell into a berserk state. Taoist's brows tightened. He smiled faintly and did not intervene. Roar! Roar! The berserk roars shook the entire plain, causing it to freeze up at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In the distance, a white streak of frost rapidly attacked Long Fei like a ray of light. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Damn, why are all of you going crazy? Everyone is in a berserk state? What's going on? The heck, are you playing me to death in one go? Then let's see who plays who to death. Hatred for these beasts had already been pulled towards him, so he no longer needed to linger around and quickly ran towards the dangerous place. On the hillside, two protruding rocks crossed each other, forming a concave shape that could only accommodate 6 or 7 people. At this moment, Zhu Tian and the rest had already hidden themselves inside, sticking closely to the innermost parts of the body, as though they wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Look! White Frost, hurry! What should we do? What should we do? Are we going to die here? I don't want to die. All of them were extremely anxious. They were all so scared that their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Tandapeo stood at the outermost area by himself. Looking at Long Fei, who was hurriedly running over, he said, "Brother Fei, hurry, hurry, we're about to catch up." Ling Feng looked at Long Fei, who was hurriedly running over, and then looked at the Gui Shou who was behind him, and his eyebrows tightened. He's here. He's here. Gui Shou, everyone is here. We shouldn't have listened to that brat. He's just a piece of trash from the warrior realm. What is he? He brought us to a place of death. Su Su lowered his voice and said when he saw that Long Fei was about to walk in, "Xiaofan, don't say so much. Am I wrong? You lied to us that there is a hole here. Is this called a hole? How can I avoid this? They are waiting to die here." Luo Xiaofan's face was filled with anger. When he saw Long Fei walking in, he shouted even louder, "Get the hell out of here! This place is already full of people." Long Fei was startled. Zhu Tian said anxiously, "Don't lower yourself to the same level as him." Luo Xiaofan bellowed. "He said that there's a cave here, he wants us to escape towards here. Now that we're all waiting for death here, we shouldn't believe a trash from the lower realms like you." As soon as he finished, crack! The Black Panther, which was connected to Tandapeo's right arm, shot out fiercely and pointed straight at Luo Xiaofan, who was in the deepest place, directly scolded him. "Try saying that one more F***king word, or do you believe that your father will kill you with a single shot?" Luo Xiaofan was not afraid, he laughed coldly. "Even a low-level launcher like you can destroy me? Take a piss and see what you're capable of, you piece of trash." "Xiaofan, one less word," Zhu Tian said in a heavy voice. However, Tandapeo was incomparably furious. The energy in the Black Panther surged, his eyes turned sinister, and was about to pull the trigger on Luo Xiaofan's head. However, was held back by Long Fei. Luo Xiaofan laughed coldly. "Come on, kill me! Let's see if a crippled launcher like you can shoot out bullet. Come on, shoot towards my head." Trash! What's bad about a cripple learning by himself? He just had to become a launcher. He didn't even have a hand in it. How the hell did you? Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's eyes darkened. He rushed forward and ruthlessly slapped Luo Xiaofan in the face and immediately scolded, "Your father has given you face, right? Pa!" It was incomparably loud. Luo Xiaofan was level 6 general, which was a lot higher than Long Fei, but under such a sudden situation, he did not have time to react. The slap on Long Fei's face was extremely forceful. "Trash, trash that had pissed him off a long time ago. In truth, his temper was even more violent than Tandapeo's. It was just that he could endure it, but if he was unable to, then, no matter what, Long Fei was going to kill someone. His face was red and swollen, and the mark of his 5 fingers could be seen. Luo Xiaofan glared at Long Fei. You dare hit me? You dare to hit me? Useless. Before he could even say the word thing, Long Fei slapped him again. Try F*King saying another piece of trash. This slap was not something Luo Xiaofan expected. Who would have thought that a slap would come? His eyes sparkled like stars, and he felt a little dizzy from the beating. For a moment, no words came out of his mouth. Long Fei said very straightforwardly, "If you don't want to die, then calm down." In addition, Long Fei swept his gaze across them and said, "The reason I brought you here is because this is the only hope left. Now, as long as you do as I say, I guarantee that everyone will be able to live. But if you don't do as I say, we'll all die here." Su Su was the first to stand out and say, "Say it, I will do whatever you say." Chapter 2760 Battle. Chapter 2760 Battle. This voice, this urgent expression. In addition, his chest was rippling as he spoke. It was truly hard to resist. It caused one's entire body to be numb, and even their bones to be on the verge of breaking. No wonder her nickname was Su South. Long Fei swallowed his saliva, and his mind started to think. Do as I said, release your posture completely? Cough cough. Long Fei coughed lightly as he calmed himself down. Zhu Tian also followed. We will do as you say. Ling Feng also looked at Long Fei. He wanted to know what kind of safe method Long Fei could think of in this tiny groove. One had to know. At the bottom of the hill, there were thousands of Gui Shous that were in a berserk state. Let alone the few of them, even if the 100-man team came, they could only retreat. Long Fei said, "It's actually very simple, blocking monsters with your position." Huh! Zhu Tian was startled. The others were also stunned. Su Su looked at Ling Feng and said, "Big brother Ling, do you understand?" Ling Feng was incomparably cold, and did not say a word. Long Fei said again, "I will be the tank, I will pull aggro, Ling Feng, you will be responsible for the damage output, Zhu Tian, Nailan Xia, you guys will be responsible for dispersing the aggro, Su Su, you will be responsible for the damage output. Milk? You are in chaos." Su Su hugged his chest with a face full of anger. This was also because at this critical moment, if it were in the past, she would definitely have slapped him. However, Long Fei's face was solemn. Seeing Long Fei's expression, Su Su blushed and said, I still don't have any milk. Is milk important? How could a girl have milk? No matter how big his chest was, it was useless to squeeze it with force. Zhu Tian thought for a long time, but he still did not know what it meant to hate, to attack, and to fight. He looked at Tandapeo and asked, "Do you know what he meant? Can you translate it for me?" Tandapeo grinned and said, Of course I know. However, I won't tell you." Zhu Tian was startled. Long Fei spoke too quickly, and seeing everyone's stupefied expressions, especially the words that Su Su said, Long Fei quickly reacted and said, "Just now I said it was in my native language, I will use the words here to say it again. I will resist Gui Shou's attack. I will be responsible for attracting all the hatred from Gui Shou, and have them kill me. Ling Feng, you are the main attacker. If I say fight, you fight that, but you must remember your attack speed cannot be too fast. You must stop there. Cannon, even if you guys were to attack when Ling Feng is stopping, you shouldn't be too fast. You must make Gui Shou's hatred all be on me. Sesame, your milk." Su Su immediately covered his chest with his hands and shook his head. Long Fei was also a little embarrassed as he said, "You are in charge of the logistics." Su Su was startled and said, "This is milk? I will. I'm good at healing, My Su family is a famous healer in the East Imperial City. We are a clan with the inheritance of the heavenly shepherd blood vein. Su said smugly. Zhu Tian and the rest nodded their heads and said, "She is right, her Su family is the descendant of the heavenly shepherd blood vein, and every member of the Su family are natural healers." Long Fei was startled and thought to himself, "Damn, a natural-born wet nurse? Heavenly shepherd blood vein? A priest? Rub. It's the launcher again, and now there's another priest. This is awesome. Are all the jobs in the game in the universal realm?" At this time, Long Fei did not think too much into it. Right now, his entire body and mind was completely focused on those Gui Shou. Stand in formation, in the shape of a sharp knife. All right. That's it. Long Fei saw that they were all standing still, and then, looking at the green grass on the ground which quickly froze into ice, his heart tightened as he said, "They're here. Get into position, everyone is ready. If you want to live, do as I said. Remember, no matter who it is, you are not allowed to leave this groove, and no matter who it is, Gui Shou has pulled them out, you are not allowed to go out and save them." Long Fei said heavily. If it was a game, then this was simple. These were all basic level killing monsters. In his past life, it was common for any player to learn this skill, but this was a foreign world after all. Long Fei wasn't completely sure, but this was the only thing he could do now. Long Fei took a step forward and stood on the mountainside. Looking at Gui Shou, who was about to charge over like a mad dog, he roared heavily, "Grandson, you're here to bite grandfather, come quickly." Roar! 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 Gui Shou pounced forward crazily, his eyes gleaming with red light, looking as if he was determined to tear Gui Shou to shreds. In the distance, Taoist looked at Long Fei, who was on the hillside, and the corners of his mouth lifted. "Just the few of you want to deal with thousands of Gui Shou? Or the Gui Shou in the midst of the demon note's manic state? If a small formation like this can handle several thousand Gui Shou, then you guys are truly tactical geniuses. No, you're monsters." Taoist looked at Long Fei with interest. He did not believe that Long Fei could hold on. Of course, he wouldn't go and save her because Long Fei and the others did not have the qualifications to be saved by him. The demon note blown by the red-haired disciple became even more manic. Gui Shou was even more furious. F***ck. He's going crazy. The aggro should be pretty close, right? Long Fei tensed up and quickly moved to the side. At the same time, he also called for the ghost soldiers to come back, so that they could respond to any accident. "He's here." Long Fei swiftly returned to his position, his body slightly sinking. The idea moved. Beaten magic power. Open. Buzz. A buzz sounded in his body. The duration of the beaten magic power's cooldown was 1 hour. If the limit was reached after an hour, it could be used again. Roar! The first Gui Shou rushed forward, his body turning into a pile of rotten flesh and a skeleton. It let out a roar and pounced towards Long Fei like a madman, its 2 fingers transforming into claws that fiercely pierced towards Long Fei's chest. Long Fei did not dodge. He couldn't avoid it either. Once he dodged it, the formation would be useless. He was a tank. He had to carry it. Slash! With his chest cut, Long Fei also moved his fists. The Gale fist struck forward, and with a turn of his face, he said to Ling Feng, "Attack!" Boom! Ling Feng unleashed a sword chi. Pausing for a moment, the cannons in the cannons turned and shot towards Gui Shou. Zhu Tian, Nailin Yu, and the heroic 3 also quickly attacked. Less than 3 seconds, Gui Shou fell. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Gui Shou, for obtaining 1,0050 experience, 300 true spiritual value, and 0 universal value. Wow, that's too simple, Su was overjoyed. Long Fei said slightly, "Don't be so happy too early, this is only one, there are still thousands of them below." Rumble! Rumble! A large wave came from Gui's show. Chapter 2761 Game Master. Chapter 2761 Game Master. Rumble. Rumble. The ground rumbled like 10,000 horses galloping. At the foot of the mountain, the frost and dust were side by side. As the wind blew, the frost and dust were blown on his face like small stones. His face was in pain. Everyone was extremely nervous. Seeing the overwhelming Gui show rushing over, everyone swallowed their saliva. Can we block it? Will die? Too much. Nalan Yu's tongue was tied up while his body was trembling uncontrollably. Never encountered such danger. They had all grown up under the protection of their wings. There was always an academy for any dangerous situations, and they were also protected by their families. Thus, they had never experienced such a dangerous situation before. To them, such a huge group of Gui show was a huge blow. Conversely, for Long Fei and Tandapeo, these kinds of dangerous situations often happened. Tandapeo seemed to be very calm and his eyes were tightly locked. Long Fei was no longer calm. He was excited. He silently counted, 1 for 10,000 experience points. There are at least 2,000 of them here, maybe even 3,000. When that happens, I can level up now. Ha ha ha. Long Fei's voice sank and in the end encouraged everyone, don't worry, as long as you do as I say, nothing will be a problem. Zhu Tian clenched his fists and said, that's right, you guys have to hold on. We are the Iron Head battle team, our heads are harder than steel. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Roar. A head Gui show pounced over, causing Long Fei to immediately shout out, grandson, come here and kill me, grandfather. The energy supreme dragon knife in his hand slashed at the air. Shwa. 1200 bam. Gui show's body was hit by the blade, but he did not retreat, and came crashing down even more ferociously. This was the demon beast in a berserk state. They were not afraid of death. It was even more manic and brutal. Kill. Seeing Gui show rushing over, Long Fei let out a faint shout. Ling Feng made his move. The others followed suit, but maintained the tempo of what Long Fei was saying. The most important thing was the rhythm. The rhythm must not be disturbed. Although this was not a game, Long Fei knew that as long as he could pull down their hatred, Gui show would not attack anyone else. Even if Long Fei did not stop the aggro, these Gui show would only attack him. Because the control of the demon note. The special devil sound emitted by the devil flute in the distance continued to resonate within Gui show's mind. Their target was Long Fei. Boom. Boom. As Gui show, who was at the forefront, attacked, the large group behind instantly charged towards Long Fei as well. Long Fei's body slightly sank. With a heavy sound, he said. He blocked it. It's about to break through. Bang bang bang. Thousands of Gui shows rushed over. Just this attack alone was already incomparably powerful. Long Fei blocked the front, and many of Gui show struck his body. His body felt heavy, and this kind of force was growing stronger and stronger. The impact force was getting stronger and stronger. Long Fei's feet had already dug into the ground, causing the bones in his body to crack and several wounds to appear on his chest. Su Su, who was at the back of the crowd, continuously cast heal. It was exactly the same as the clerics in the game. A stream of energy was released, enveloping Long Fei's entire body. Following that, Long Fei felt a warm feeling spreading through his entire body, which he did not know about, causing a system notification sound to ring out from his system. Ding. Health point plus 100 points. Ding. Health point plus 100 points. Ding. Health point plus 100 points. Mammy. It really was a super wet nurse. In the previous plane, there was no such existence in the world. In the future, what's there to be afraid of when you have a wet nurse by your side? It would be even better if we had a little more milk. Long Fei was secretly excited. Universal Realm was a huge world. Everything was strange. There were all kinds of blood vein and all kinds of professions. Heavenly Shepherd blood vein. Would there be warrior blood vein in the future? Tank blood vein? Mage blood vein? Paladin, magister or something? Hold on. I definitely can't retreat. After withstanding the first wave of attacks, it'll be much easier next. Long Fei said solemnly, don't panic. If there's fear in your heart, shout it out. Fierce. Ah. Long Fei took the lead and roared. Immediately after, Zhu Tian also roared. Tandapeo was the same. If he didn't die from the first attempt, then things would be much easier. Right now, Long Fei was worried about one thing. This grooved rock will not be able to bear it. Gui Shou and the others were also submerged in Gui Shou's sea, charging forward one after another. In this situation, even the celestial phenomenon powerhouse would not be able to resist. In the distance, Taoist's eyes were very calm as he said indifferently, the wave of attacks is gone. Junior sister, forget it, let's go. The red-haired girl put away her magic flute, moved her red lips, and laughed sinisterly, saying, he's just a piece of trash, it's not worth wasting time on. The demon note vanished. Without the stimulation of the demon sound, the speed of Gui Shou's attacks had been greatly reduced. Long Fei could distinctly feel it. His strength weakened. Long Fei's mouth curved up slightly and said sinisterly, you've finished attacking? It's your father's turn. His fists sank. With a thought, he channeled the power of the beaten magic power into his fist. Gale Fist. The beaten magic power continued, and the energy that was being struck had already been stacked up. The moment Gui Shou's attack power was weakened, Long Fei released the energy that he had been hit. Combined with the Gale Fist, both fists exploded. Rumble! 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 Both of his fists struck out. The wind on his fists blew at the flames at the back of the aircraft engine, releasing a strong burst of wind that finally swept Gui Shou up. Boom! 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 Over 100 Gui Shou flew up. All of them were smashed by Long Fei, and the entire charging formation of Gui Shou was also destroyed. Ling Feng's eyes turned cold as he stared at Long Fei. He was puzzled in his heart. It was obviously the warrior realm. How could it release such a powerful force? This power is in no way inferior to that of a peak spiritual master. In fact, it might even be stronger. Su Su said with a face full of infatuation, so handsome, so sharp. Zhu Tian was also startled. He looked at Long Fei and said, Brother Long Fei, your fist is powerful. Tandapeo said excitedly, Brother Fei is awesome. They were all shocked by Long Fei's explosive punch, and it was as if Long Fei had given them a tranquilizer. Ding! 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 A series of system explosions occurred. Experience was soaring. The sound was too wonderful. The beaten magic power was truly worthy of being called the beaten magic power. A punch with 100 Gui Shou's heads. This was the strongest punch. However, the pain that Long Fei endured was incomparable as well. If not for Su Su's constant feeding, he would have died a long time ago. Even so, Long Fei did not dare to let his guard down. This was only the first wave of impact. There were still a few thousand Gui Shou outside, and it would be very difficult later on. He was a game expert. In the distance, the red-haired woman was in a bad mood. Chapter 2762, Arrival of the Boss. Chapter 2762, Arrival of the Boss. A super attack sent a large wave of Gui Shou flying. Gui Shou's attack was disrupted. However, in that moment, Long Fei and the others were surrounded, and the sky became cold and the ground became frozen. The surrounding ice quickly condensed, and every single one of their eyebrows were covered in ice. His lips were dry and split. Gui Shou possessed the ice attribute. The more ice attribute energy he gathered, the more he would unleash. Cold. So cold. Nalan Yu's body trembled slightly, his hands placed on his mouth to drink the white air. The others did the same. Especially Tan DePeo, since his cultivation is the lowest here, and furthermore, his right arm, which was also known as the Black Panther, was covered in a layer of frost. Because the machine gun would be stuck, there was no way to convert energy. The most important thing was, those Guizhou who had returned to normal previously started to surge violently once again, their power increasing by 20%. He's gone berserk again? Long Fei frowned. This is bad. In another place, the 10 young disciples looked at the scene on the mountain slope from afar with smiles on their faces. Boss, we don't need to do anything now. They're dead. The young man laughed coldly and said, You want to fight with me? This is a dead end, right? You still want to kill strange ghosts and use their souls to complete the final exam? Keep dreaming. Ha ha ha. All right. There's no need to watch any further. I will definitely get first place in this semester's end. The man became complacent and waved his hand. Let's go back to the city. When the Taoist saw the red-haired junior sister blow the devil flute once more, his brows knitted together involuntarily. He wanted to stop the red-haired junior sister, but in the end, he endured it because he wanted to see how much longer those youths could endure. Could he create a miracle? This kind of formation could create a miracle? He was looking forward to it. Roar! Guizhou pounced over. Carrying a cold and sinister aura, Long Fei said solemnly, Wake up, as long as you do as I say, you will definitely be able to live. Kill. Long Fei punched out. Pulling the aggro, Ling Feng immediately followed. Immediately afterwards, the attacks of the others also followed. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Guizhou, for obtaining 1,0050 experience, 300 true spiritual value, and 0 universal value. Brother Fei to the left. Tan DePeo's forehead was tightly furrowed. He lifted his hand and the Black Panther let out a loud roar. Boom! Bang bang bang! Long Fei took the opportunity to pull aggro again. Fight! It's here, it's here. Don't mess around with the formation. Follow my rhythm. Rumble! Rumble! Brother Fei! Brother Long Fei! Long Fei was dragged out of the formation by a Guizhou, causing him to immediately shout out, Don't move, don't mess up the formation, maintain. Long Fei struggled to break free, his entire body was covered in blood, then once again returned to the formation. He did not care about his injuries, and shouted, Prepare to receive them! Su Su looked at Long Fei's wounds and the blood that was constantly flowing from them. Her tears flickered as she tried her best to release healing techniques on Long Fei. Everyone looked at him. Long Fei didn't even frown. His wound was deep enough to see bone, and blood was gushing out wildly. Even so, he didn't let out a single cry of pain. To be admired by each and every one of them. Everyone was wondering just what had happened to him. Tan DePeo shouted, Kill! The cannons exploded. Long Fei also crazily pulled back the aggro. Ling Feng, Zhu Tian, and the Nalan brothers also used their full power to crazily defend themselves. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. They unceasingly fought with each other, from dawn to dusk to dawn. The 7 of them did not stop to rest for a second, and neither did Guizhou stop for a second. Crazy. Attack. Crazy. Attack again. Beaten magic power. Energy. Break for me. A large wave of Guizhou charged forward, and once again, all of the energy accumulated by the beaten magic power exploded out of Long Fei as his fist blasted out a large wave. On the hillside, Guizhou's body was piled up like a mountain. However, the surrounding people allowed Guizhou to rush forward like crazy. Buzz. Health point plus 20 points. Suddenly, the health point gained from the healing skill changed from 100 points to 20 points. Long Fei was shocked, and turned to look at Su Su. Su Su's face was pale and exhausted. After a day and night of continuous milk, her true spiritual value had been completely exhausted, and the pellets which had been used to increase her true soul had been used up. There was not even a trace of her true soul left inside the pubes. The healing technique could no longer be released. If there wasn't a wet nurse. If it was in the beginning, then they might be able to hold on, but in a day and night, Lung Feng and the others were the same. The consumption of their true spirit and physical energy was too great. Adding the wounds on their body, they were already at their limits. If they attacked a few more times, they would definitely not be able to hold on. No way. If this goes on, they won't be able to hold on, Long Fei thought. Other than the fact that Long Fei had exhausted too much of his physical strength, his true spiritual value was still at full capacity. This was because he could obtain a true spiritual value from hunting Guizhou. This was also one of the advantages of the game system. We have to change our strategy. Long Fei looked at the experience slot. He was still 5% away from leveling up. Immediately, Long Fei suddenly rushed out and said, "I will lure Guizhou away, you guys take the chance to run to the other side." "No way. No way." Both of them said it at the same time, but Su Su said it first. Zhu Tian followed. "It's too dangerous, we can still persevere a little. We have already fought for so long and killed so many Guizhou, who knows, maybe after a while they will be afraid and run away?" Naylan Xia also said, "That's right, Guizhou doesn't want to die either, right?" Ling Feng also coldly replied, "It's too dangerous." After a day and night of fighting, they had a lot of respect for Long Fei. They all treated Long Fei as a friend. If not for Long Fei, they would have died a long time ago. At this time, Long Fei raised his hand to lure Guizhou away, and everyone objected. Only one agreed. That was Luo Xiaofan, who had been hiding in the deepest corner all this time. He anxiously asked, "Then why aren't you going quickly? Do you want us all to die here?" Zhu Tian glared at Luo Xiaofan. Su Su immediately scolded him. "Xiaofan, why don't you go and lure Guizhou away?" Long Fei said, "He's right, if I don't lure them away we will all die here. I will lure them away, you guys escape, don't worry about me, I will think of a way to escape." "We'll do it that way." Long Fei was about to rush out, but his arms were held back by two hands. Su Su's eyes were a little red as he said, "Don't go, okay? We'll persevere together for a while longer." Long Fei pulled out his arm and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Then, Long Fei did his best to rush forward and said loudly, "Grandson, come at Grandpa, come." Guizhou rushed towards Long Fei without waiting for Long Fei to speak. All the Guizhous rushed towards him alone. Tan de Peo gritted his teeth until it made a cracking sound. At this moment, Luo Xiaofan was the first to run, running faster than a rabbit. Zhu Tian also heavily shouted, "Run!" He rushed out. The Taoist smiled slightly. To be loyal to one's heart, to sacrifice oneself. Not bad, truly rare. However, the red-haired woman was very unhappy. With a flick of her fingers, she increased her tempo. At this moment, a sudden movement occurred in the depths of the valley. A beam of golden light burst out from the crack. The boss appeared. Chapter 2763 This Boss is Awesome. Chapter 2763 This boss is awesome at the same time. The sound of the magical flute also changed from silent to resonating for tens of kilometers. The demon note's strength increased. Right now, it was like chicken blood was being poured into Guizhou's body. The red pupils of those Guizhou turned dark red, which even disturbed Guizhou's master from the depths of the earth. Kacha! Crack! A series of earth-shattering sounds echoed in the sky. Roar! A aura the color of Xuana Bai shot up into the sky, instantly turning into ice. Within a kilometer, it was instantly covered by ice. Another roar. It directly entered through the crack like a giant hand, grabbing with its 5 fingers and bones. The crack grew bigger. The demon note drilled in through the crack. A woo. Another roar. Its enormous body jumped up and rushed out of the ground. He was like a giant. Moreover, in his hand was a long butcher knife. The knife was heavy with rust, but this did not affect its dominance. The handle of the butcher knife was attached to a chain. The chain wrapped around Guizhou's body. Clang! The blade fell on the ground, the chain moved and wrapped around Guizhou's arm. He took a step forward. Boom! Show me a horse step. He steadied his body. In that instant, the skeleton's fingers closed around the chain, and it began to move. Crash! An ear-piercing sound exploded. The chain rolled out and fiercely moved forward. Who? A thin black line appeared in the air and was thrown to the side with all its might. Shwa! The gigantic butcher's blade shot out like an arrow, straight towards Long Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Long Fei's eyes darkened. At this moment, he truly wanted to know where the flute music came from. He also understood why Guizhou was going crazy because he was controlled by the flute music. He was just trying to figure this out. Suddenly, a cold wind descended from the sky, carrying with it an incomparably powerful aura. Long Fei's heart sank. Seeing an enormous black shadow descend from the sky, his body immediately sank. Boom! It stopped instantly. At the same time, rumble! As the blade fell, it directly exploded in front of Long Fei, who was half a meter away from him. If he were to move even a little further, Long Fei's body would have directly been cleaved into 2 halves. Rocks shattered. Dust flew everywhere. Long Fei brushed off the dust on his body, and looked at the butcher's blade in front of him. His pupils constricted as half of the blade was stabbed into the ground, creating a deep pit. The other half of the blade was exposed to the outside, but this was not a butcher's knife at all. It was like a huge door. This blade was too big, too crazy. Long Fei swallowed his saliva. This blade is at least 10,000 kilograms. Who can use it? Suddenly, the chain on the handle of the butcher's knife suddenly moved. Clank, clank, clank. Instantly it tensed up. Buzz! The chain released a humming sound. Long Fei looked at Tu Dao and said slightly, "Are you planning to pull the tempo of another attack?" The chain tightened once again. Long Fei subconsciously retreated. No! Shwa! With the jump of the chain, in the depths of the ravine that was thousands of meters away, a figure rose from the ground. He immediately grabbed the chain and flew over. At this moment, Long Fei looked over. Golden light flashed. Long Fei's eyes immediately darkened. Boss. King Guizhou. Damn! There must be a boss in the thousands of Guizhou. How did I just think of it? However, King Guizhou and Guizhou were 2 completely different people. The 10,000-pound butcher knife was casually thrown to a distance of a few thousand meters away. Furthermore, it was so precise. This fellow was definitely not an ordinary boss. Subconsciously, Long Fei quickly ran to the other side. Black and white, seek power. I want to kill a boss. Strength. Black and white, your sister. Release your power of black and white for me. Quick, quick, I'm going to blast him to death. Long Fei alone was not enough to deal with. He saw that the boss had to die. How could he let it go? Black and white ignored him. Long Fei said anxiously, "Black and white, you bastard, I just want my power now. Have you given me your power? Have you forgotten how you promised me? Your power is mine to control." Black and white said slightly, "Indeed, I promised you, but you still can't endure the black and white power. For you right now, my power is not good for you. Stop bullshitting, are you going to give it or not?" Long Fei did not want to waste time. Black and white also said directly, "You won't be able to use it for now." The backlash from the black and white power was just too strong. The last time it happened, it was entirely due to luck, or else Long Fei would have died a long time ago. Moreover, He had failed. He did not want Long Fei to fail too. At least, they are one now. Long Fei said, F***ku immortal. Rumble. With an explosive sound, Gui Shou leapt out of the valley in the distance and landed heavily on the ground. Half of the hillside was trembling, and gravel was rolling down. Gui Shou slowly stood up. With a move of his arm, the chain on his arm tightened as he grabbed onto the gigantic slab-like butcher's knife. He waved it gently and placed it on his shoulder. A butcher's knife was 10 meters long. Long Fei's mouth was parched as he muttered, "Damn, isn't this too damn domineering?" Gui Shou's body was also completely revealed. It was more than 4 meters tall and looked like a giant. His entire body was rotting and his bones were exposed. His pupils were also black and red. The temperature around his feet was definitely a couple dozen degrees below zero. If they were just a little bit closer, their blood vessels would probably freeze. It was too valiant. Taoist's body descended, and he said slightly, "Junior sister, you've gone too far." The red-haired girl said angrily, "It's all because he wasted 1 day and 1 night for us. If we can't complete this mission, Master will definitely blame us when we go back. I must make him pay." The Taoist said, "The assembly of 10,000 ghosts will not be late. This guy is very special. If he can withstand the attacks of thousands of Gui Shou in 1 day and 1 night, he will not die." "Humph! The more you like it, the more I'm going to destroy it. Senior brother, you are my man. I forbid you to like anyone, including men." The red-haired woman moved her red lips and started playing the magical flute again. The old Taoist man shook his head, walked to the red-haired lady and blocked the demonic flute with one hand, then said, "He is about to pay the price. Gui Shou is at least at the level of the great. He will definitely not be able to deal with him. Let's go. If I'm too late, I really will miss it." Taoist looked at Long Fei in the distance from the corner of his eyes and thought to himself, "Brat, I can only help you to this extent. You better take care of yourself. Hopefully, I'll be able to see you again next time." Red Hair Witch smiled and said, "That's more like it." The two of them disappeared. However, Long Fei was trapped in a desperate situation. Gui Shou did not recover back to normal just because the demon note disappeared. With his eyes red and black, he waved his big butcher once more. This time, he was determined to slice Long Fei into 2 halves. Long Fei stood in the distance and did not move an inch. He was also thinking of a way to deal with it. Seeing the boss telling him to run? Sorry, Long Fei can't do it. He just had to do it. Even without black and white power, he still had to do it. Because, since the boss had appeared, there must be a way to defeat it. Chapter 2764 I'll go. Chapter 2764 I'll go. He escaped, he finally escaped. Ha ha ha. I did not die, I did not die. I actually survived under the siege of so many Gui Shou's. I'm really too lucky. Luo Xiaofan was extremely excited. However, Su Su rolled her eyes at him and lightly said, "You can live without Long Fei?" Long Fei. The corner of Luo Xiaofan's eyes twitched slightly, and subconsciously touched his cheek. He still vividly remembered the scene of Long Fei slapping him twice yesterday, and his cheeks were still aching and his teeth had uncontrollably tightened up for a moment. With eyes filled with hatred, he coldly said, "It's my great fortune that I'm not relying on anyone. However, I will remember him. Remember the 2 slaps he gave me yesterday. I really hope that trash can live because..." Not waiting for him to finish, Tandapeo raised his hand and slapped it against Luo Xiaofan's face. "Try saying that one more King trash. One more word." The energy revolved. Tandapeo was infuriated. Long Fei had lured away all of Gui Shou for them, and it was very possible that he would die here. He was really going to pull the trigger. He really couldn't hold it in. However, The corner of Luo Xiaofan's mouth drew back and said coldly, "You're the one who's crippled." The moment he said that, anger filled Tan de Peo's eyes, and he said heavily, "Your father will be your ancestor." He moved his finger and pulled the trigger. The energy bullet from the panther shot out. However, Luo Xiaofan was not afraid at all, as he said disdainfully, "Just a launcher like you?" Boom! His body blurred, disappeared. The bullet missed, and in the next second, Tan de Peo's body felt a heavy concave. With the attack of the palm on his chest, Tan de Peo was immediately sent flying 10 meters, and landed heavily on the ground. Bam! His whole body was in pain. Without waiting for Tan de Peo to stand up, Luo Xiaofan dashed forward. 10 meters per second. Bam! Stepping onto Tan de Peo's severed arm, Luo Xiaofan laughed coldly with pride. A cripple wanting to become launcher? Didn't your father tell you before that a cripple couldn't become launcher? Oh! I forgot, you're a muggle from a lower plane. Ha ha! Ha ha! Luo Xiaofan laughed out loud. After a day and night of battle, Luo Xiaofan was the only one who had not done anything. His stamina and spirit were not exhausted at all, and with his cultivation being higher than Tan de Peo's, he could easily crush Tan de Peo. As he laughed, he ruthlessly stepped on Luo Xiaofan's broken arm. The wound ruptured and blood flowed out. "Is that enough?" A cold voice rang out. Luo Xiaofan shouted, "Not enough." In an instant, the cold wind blew. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold sword had already pressed against his neck. With just a slight movement, his arteries would be cut and even his head will move. Lung Feng. Luo Xiaofan trembled slightly. He immediately lifted his leg, then slowly stepped back and said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." He retreated a few steps. Lung Feng coldly said, "Scram." As if he had received an amnesty, Luo Xiaofan immediately ran, not daring to linger at all. Su ruthlessly said with contempt, "Despicable person." Zhu Tian was also unhappy and said, "From today onwards, you are not part of the Iron Head Squadron." Naylan Yu also said, "Previously I was really blind to recognize such a person." Tan de Peo crawled up from the ground while enduring the pain. He did not say anything and walked in the direction of Long Fei's escape. "Canon, where are you going?" Zhu Tian immediately stopped him. Tan de Peo said with a heavy voice, "Move." Zhu Tian said, "It's still not easy for us to escape, don't go anymore." Tan de Peo's voice became even gloomier. "I said, get out of the way." He was a muggle from a lower plane. Standing beside Zhu Tian and the others, he felt awkward and out of place. Although they were in the same plane of existence, Tan de Peo felt like he was in two different worlds. He and Long Fei both came from low planes. Long Fei treated him as a brother, but how could he run away? Su also walked forward and said, "I'm coming as well." Zhu Tian immediately said, "Sesame, you are also messing around. You all heard the voice just now. It wasn't an ordinary Gui Shou's voice, it was King Gui Shou's voice. Do you think you can save Long Fei? Do you think Brother Long Fei can live?" Su interrupted, "I believe he will survive." Hundreds of Gui Shou surrounded and attacked him. Furthermore, with the addition of Gui Shou, just based on the strength of a 9th level of warrior, it was impossible for him to survive. Zhu Tian's brows tightened and said, "I also hope that he can survive. Even if he cannot, I, Zhu Tian, will remember his entire life. It was he who created the miracle, it was he who allowed us to survive, however. The last thing he did was to make sure we didn't take any more risks, otherwise everything he did would have been in vain." Naylan Yu said, "Young Master Zhu is right." Naylan Xia replied, "He might be able to live on his own. If we fall into a desperate situation again, it might affect him." Tan de Peo said, "I did not request for you to go." Zhu Tian said, "Canon, even if you go, it will affect him." Tan de Peo said, I am indeed not strong, my cultivation is only at the soldier level, but he had saved me before, my life is Brother Fei, even if I cannot help him, if I can die for him, I will not frown, please do not stop me. Zhu Tian said. No, I absolutely cannot let you go. With your current state you'll be courting death if you go. Tan de Peo shouted, Get out of the way! Zhu Tian said, No! Just as they were arguing endlessly, Ling Feng said coldly, I'll go. My cultivation base is the highest here. I've also saved some power. I'll go. Everyone fell silent. Ling Feng had already left and said faintly, If I don't return within 3 hours, all of you should return to the city as soon as possible. His voice was still cold. His hair covered half his face. He held his sword with both hands. He still had an incomparably cold and callous look on his face. At this time, Su Su walked over and said, Big Brother Ling, this is the innate fire-glazed glass. It can be considered a grade 3 spirit treasure. Take it with you. I have one here too. This is the spirit feather battle armor my father gave me last time. Its defense is very high. I still have. A few of them took out all the treasures they could take out, any of them could help Lung Feng, help Long Fei. Looking at them, Tan de Peo said, Thank you, I thank you on behalf of Brother Fei. Zhu Tian said, What are you saying, we are brothers who have fought for an entire day and night. Right, we are brothers, Su Su said with a face full of worry. Big Brother Ling, you have to bring him back, okay? Ling Feng quickly left. Boom! 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 A series of explosions could be heard as the mountains were split open. Long Fei kept rolling on the ground with a face full of filth. He looked extremely miserable as he yelled loudly, I can't hit you, ha ha ha. He was still thinking of a way out. Is also trying to use the beaten magic power to accumulate energy, but he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand one strike from Gui Shou's blade. The space between his eyebrows was tightly locked. What should he do? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.